today's class. As usual, I want to state this before we begin so that we know what lens we are going to be looking at this material through, and it's extremely important. I'll read it once again, a third time. These series of lectures do not seek to impose. Forgot to hit record. Let's start over. So these series of lectures do not seek to impose any particular theological perspective, but to provide information and raise questions that should be relevant to any student, regardless of faith commitment. The information is largely drawn from the history, archaeology, and literature of the ancient Near East. Our interest in the Hebrew Bible will be centered on the culture, the history, the literature, and the religious thought of ancient Israel in all of its diversity, rather than questions of faith and theology. We're not doing theology, we're not doing faith. Our approach is going to be academic. So please don't forget that. With that said, let's go to today's session. I've titled it Israel's Canaanite Heritage. The goal is to find out the origins of Israelite monotheism. And when we talk about monotheism, we're looking at just one deity, which in this case is Yud He Vav He, Yahweh, Jehovah, Yeveh, however one wants to pronounce it. Okay. To do this, I believe we have to do some groundwork. It's important. I don't think I can just start by just going to the Ugaritic text and just start telling you stuff about deities and stuff, divine councils, divine family, all of that stuff. No, it would be intellectually inappropriate. So I want to build this up so that as we continue next week, it would make sense. Again, this is a scholarly academic lecture. No statements of faith, no theology. I'm not going to try to, what's the word I'm using? I'm looking for. Resolve any conflict, any contradiction. I'm not going to resolve any faith-based arguments that we may have. I'm not doing that at all. I'm presenting you the data as we have it, and then as we go on, we'll try to make this all make sense. I hope this helps. I'm not going to be as long as we've been for the past two sessions. I'm going to go straight to the point, present the data, and then we can stay as long as we want to discuss it further. Alrighty. So, we all grew up reading this book called the Bible, especially what we call the Old Testament. But I must say, what we call the Old Testament is not the Hebrew Bible. The Hebrew Bible is different from the Old Testament. Put that in your spirit. As we go on, we'll discuss that. Maybe not today, but put that in your spirit. We were all raised to believe that Moshe was the author of the not New Testament. He was the author of the Pentateuch, at least the first 5 books of the Torah, the first 5 books of the Hebrew Bible. We were told that it was Moshe who authored it. Okay. Because the tradition holds that Moshe authored it, it gave the 5 books a kind of special authority because of the greatness of Moshe as the text presents it. So his preeminence, his greatness in the tradition gave these books a special authority within the Bible as a whole. We take Moshe's words to the bank. Did Moshe say it? If Moshe did not say it, we're not going to rock with it. You would hear this from what the designation they've given to those that only stick to Tanakh, Torah only groups. If you've listened to me for a while, you know I hate those designations. So, because Moshe is said to author it, the first 5 books were the Torah of Moshe. They were the teachings of Moshe. Those who hold that the oral tradition, which is the Talmud, Gemara, Mishnah, if I want to designate it, as authoritative or as a Hebrew work, some disagree and say is Jewish. Whatever the case is, we have it stated explicitly in the Babylonian Talmud that Moshe wrote this book. Bava Batra 14b, where I've highlighted, it says Moses wrote his own book. That is the Torah. He also wrote the portion of Balaam. And then he wrote the book of Job. This is the claim that is made. And then it said that Joshua wrote his own book and 8 verses in the Torah, which describe the death of Moshe. So, off the bat, you would notice that regardless of the statement that Moshe wrote the text, there are some difficulties. Because if he wrote it, did he write about his death as well? Well, no, he couldn't have. So, it was Joshua, they say, who wrote that part. Now, it seems that this tradition about Moshe's authorship of the text, the first 5 books, had its origin in the book of Deuteronomy and was gradually extended until Moshe was regarded not only the mediator of the laws, but as the author of the whole 5 books, the Pentateuch. Although there is no basis for this claim in Genesis or in the narrative portion of Exodus, there's no claim that Moshe wrote it. Before we do that, in the Middle Ages, a few Jewish and Christian scholars recognized that problems existed with the notion of Moshe's authorship. Some argue that since the last few verses of the last book of the Torah describes his death, like I mentioned, so it's not only the Talmud that saw that and try to fix it, but people outside of the Talmud, some Jewish scholars, some Christian scholars, Christians will necessarily not read the Talmud, so I wouldn't think it was the Talmud that persuaded them to think like this. But outside the Talmud, outside of the biblical text, you have scholars that recognize that there is problem with the notion of Moshe's authorship of the 5 books. If Moshe's death is described, if his burial is mentioned, then it was unlikely that he had written those verses himself. Because in Deuteronomy 34, this is what we read. And Moshe, the servant of Yah, died there in the land of Moab by the mouth of Yah, and he buried him in the valley in the land of Moab opposite Beth Beor. So Moshe couldn't be writing this himself. And no person knows the place of his burial until this day. Moshe was 120 years old when he died. His eyes had not dimmed, nor had he lost his natural freshness. And the sons of Israel wept for Moshe in the plains of Moab for 30 days. And the days of weeping over the mourning for Moshe came to an end. So if Moshe wrote this, then it means that he is one of the arguments, he's a prophet, so he's looking ahead and he's writing that. Not likely. Not likely. And then verses 10. And there was no other prophet who arose in Israel like Moshe, whom Yah knew face to face. So it is unlikely, highly unlikely, that Moshe had written these verses himself. Now, it was suggested that it was authored probably by Joshua, Moshe's divine successor. One second, let me mute that so we have it clean. So, yes, maybe it was Joshua who wrote it. Others counted that since Moshe was a prophet, he could have foreseen by divine revelation what would happen at the end of his life. And then he wrote it down. Sorry, I made a mistake there. It's not is. So those who argued that wasn't Joshua who wrote it, they said Moshe, he's a prophet, he's a bona fide prophet, he's a serious prophet. He saw by prophetic intuition what was going to happen, and then he wrote it down. That's unlikely. Well, despite this and a few similar minor items, the belief that Moshe wrote the Torah remained unchallenged until the 17th century. What happened in the 17th century that people started to challenge this long-standing tradition? It was the rise of critical thought. I think we're living in a time where this is actually even higher. In the 17th century, with the rise of critical thought, the tradition that Moshe wrote the text began to be challenged. In the 17th century, there was growing freedom from dogmatic presuppositions. So a few thinkers began to challenge traditional views about the Bible. I think it was brilliant they did that. And I think it is brilliant we're doing that today, because it helps with growth. It helps with our knowledge. We have a lot of dogma, and these dogmas really don't help. We come to the text with so much presuppositions. And I think Every generation is supposed to look at the information presented to them from the previous generation and see how accurate they are. One of the first people who embarked on this mission was Thomas Hobbes. I hope that's how you pronounce his name. I'm bad with names. And then we have Spinoza. Pay attention to him. These two began to challenge traditional views about the Bible. Spinoza argued at great length that because of the many anachronisms and evidence of late authorship, he argued that the belief that Moshe was the author of the Pentateuch is ungrounded and even irrational. When you make a claim that Moshe is not the author, you have to tell us, okay, then who wrote it? So, Spinoza proposed that the text, that is the 5 books, had been composed by the 5th century BCE Judean leader who was Ezra. We are told about Ezra that he was fluent. He was a fluent scholar in the law of Moshe. So Spinoza says that Moshe did not author it. It was Ezra who did. So this is how now the challenges, they are coming, and these are the proposals about who authored the text. Okay, but this was not systematic. It wasn't methodical. The earliest systematic or methodical treatment of the question about who authored the text was by Richard Simon. He was a French Catholic priest. He wrote a book titled Critical History of the Old Testament. And in this book, he reasoned that Moshe could not have written the Pentateuch because it contains historical details that refers to events, neither of which Moshe could have known about. And I 100% agree. These include the mention of the Philistines, and then the mention of kings in Israel. Mr. Jason mentioned the second one, I think a week ago. Mr. Jason, was it a week ago or 2 weeks ago? You made that statement about kings. Because if Moshe authored it, it was last week, right, Mr. Jason? Yes, I think it was last week. Yes. Mr. Jason asked, Moshe would not have known about kings. So if we are mentioning kings in the text, we cannot ascribe it to Moshe because he didn't know about kings of Israel. No. What about the Philistines? Yes, Mr. Vincent, go ahead.
So is this where they get the P source, the J source, and different things like that because of the details that are mentioned like that? They can say that this had to come from this source or that source?
Correct, yes. Yes, we're going to look at that today. Yes. Why is it problematic for Moshe to mention the Philistines? Well, the Philistines did not arrive on the coast of Palestine until at least a century after the latest plausible date for Moshe. When we look at the Philistines, They actually come, the sea people, they come to the land of Canaan almost the same time that Israel is actually also settling the land. So they
Right.
existed. Yes, Mr. Jason, 1 second, let me land and then come in. The Philistines existed, their existence is attested only at the end of the late Bronze Age and especially at the beginning of the Iron Age, including the Moabites and then the Ammonites. So for Moshe to mention the Philistines or to allude to them is a bit problematic. He wouldn't have known about them. So the person writing knows about the Philistines. So they're able to mention them with Moshe. Mr. Jason, please go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say because
So Jason,
they kind of just want to take.
you're breaking up very bad.
Okay, okay. I'm
You,
sorry.
you may want to drop off and then reconnect. Maybe it'll get better.
Is this better?
Way better.
Way better. All right. Okay. So because we get a point in the text, right, in Exodus when it said they didn't want to take Israel by the way of Philistines because they weren't able to fight. But the reality is, the Philistines didn't exist at that time. Could the author be able? Because they don't come onto the scene until maybe two.
Correct. Yes. Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Jason. So Simon is making this argument, and the arguments are valid. There's some historical details and events that are referred to that neither Moshe could have known about. So when we are told in Genesis 36, after we've listed the genealogy of Esau, 31 tells us, and these are the kings who reigned in the land of Edom before any king reigned over the children of Israel. Now, this must have been written by an author who lived during or after the time when Israelites themselves were ruled by kings, which was several centuries after Moshe. Okay. So Simon had a valid point to point this out. He also mentions or draws our attention to some geographical oddities. What do we see? Let me bring it here. We are told that Moshe died east of the Jordan River, never having entered the promised land. Yet Simon argues that the book of Deuteronomy begins with this statement. These are the words that Moshe addressed to all of Israel on the other side of the Jordan. Forgive me, is it Deuteronomy 1? Is it 31 or 1? Please check the address. I may be wrong with I know it's Deuteronomy 1, but I don't know whether it's verses 31 or 1. Okay, so check that. Simon argues that these are words clearly written by an author situated on the west side of the Jordan River. If he did not enter, then the person writing is writing from the west side of the Jordan River, because this is what we have in Genesis 50. And they came to the threshing floor of the thorn bushes, which is on the other side of the Jordan. Now you're in the land of Canaan, because that is where they're going to go bury Jacob. So Simon is saying that when the other side of the Jordan is used, it means that the person is in the land of Canaan. If Simon's argument holds water, if he's accurate, then you cannot have Deuteronomy chapters 1 verses 1 say that Moshe is on the other side of the Jordan, meaning that he's on the land of Canaan. So Simon points this out as part of his argument. Some of the other reasons Simon gives is that, the text is not in the first person narrative, and the text does not say Moshe wrote it. Okay. Now, what happened? Remember, Simon is a French Catholic church. When he published his book, his superiors and the court preacher, this was one of the preachers for King Louis, responded by condemning this book. As usual, if you start a movement, usually if you start critical thought and you're looking at traditions that people have held dear, and you are not bashing it, but you are calling or bringing an attention that, hey, look at this carefully, it may not be what we've believed for so long. So yes, it was bashed, it was condemned by his superiors. If Simon had a Facebook account, he would have lost followers. YouTube account, he would have lost followers. People would have unsubscribed. But you don't get disturbed by that. Truth is always true. It was condemned, but then it was translated into English, and it's influenced. It's influenced the translation of his book into English. It influenced a lot of diverse thinkers, and that is what usually happens. One of the people that it influenced, who is very critical, is Astruc. Jean Astruc. He's also a Frenchman. Astruc carried what Simon had begun, and he furthered it. What did Astruc recognize that was very important? He recognized that in Genesis, two different names were used for God. He recognized Yud He Vav He, what we pronounce Yahweh, and he recognized Elohim. Not only that, he also recognized that passages in which each, that is Yahweh and Elohim, occurred were generally distinct. So what was his conclusion? Astruc concluded that, so he still argues that Moshe is the author. Astruc, he holds that Moshe is the author of the 5 books, but his conclusion was that Genesis, whilst writing Genesis, Moshe must have had 2 sources in front of him, which he incorporated into his work. This is what Astruc argues. His book, like I said, was a defense of Moshe's authorship of Genesis, which is not the case. But even though a lot of people disagreed with his argument that Moshe was the author, the method he used, based on the variation in the divine name, was a breakthrough. His method was a breakthrough, even though most did not agree with his conclusions that Moshe wrote it. He had two sources in front of him. But that methodology that he used was a breakthrough. No one had noticed it, or no one had mentioned it, and he mentioned it, and it says, hey, pay attention, there's two different deities or two different names or divine names used in the Genesis account. Any questions
Rabbi,
still here, Mr. Vincent?
is this the start of what some call the documentary hypothesis? Am I saying that
Yes.
right?
Yes, it is. Correct. Any other questions? This is the foundation that we all have to understand where we are going. It's quite important.
Is this the difference between northern kingdom?
Ha!
Could that be the reason for the God?
You're still breaking up now, Mr. Jason.
And Rabbi,
Mr. Vincent.
and this like so this is where the Canaanite connection starts.
Yes, the Canaanite connection comes way after. But yes, this is the basis of it. Yes. They're building on what we are talking about for the Canaanite hypothesis. Yes. Wait, did you say Canaanite or Kenite?
Canaanite.
Yes, correct. Yes. I thought you said Kenite. I'll mention the Kenite hypothesis as well. Okay, so when Ashtu came up with this brilliant methodological breakthrough, 2 centuries after his book, there was a professor at a university in Germany, Julius Wellhausen. He's pretty important where we're going. He published a book titled The History of Israel, which was later called the Prolegomena to the History of Ancient Israel. In Wellhausen's, how should I put it? In his attempt to sketch the history of ancient Israel, its religious practice and beliefs, he discovered something. The sources that he was using to come up with this theory were exclusively the biblical books. At this time, yes, we had some archaeological data, but they had not been deciphered yet. So most of what he was using to build this theory or hypothesis was the biblical books. Wellhausen recognized that the biblical narratives were not objective eyewitness accounts of what had happened or what had taken place, but rather they were later writings that often reflected the views of their authors. It's important. This is what he recognized, that the narratives were not objective eyewitness accounts, of what had taken place, but rather they were later writings that often reflected the views of their authors. Does anybody agree with Wellhausen's conclusion here?
Yes, you can see it. You can see it as we've been diving into the text and looking at the text critically. Like you can actually see that. Once that comes to light, then it comes to light in the text. I agree.
You agree? Awesome. I agree too. I agree with his conclusion here. So, some people will not agree. It's okay. Like this class, you can agree or disagree. Nobody is going to hit you on the head. So, summarizing the conclusion of his predecessors, he's not the one who actually started it. We saw where it came from. So, he summarized the conclusion of his predecessors over the previous 2 centuries. And he articulated what we've come to call today, or what we call today, the documentary hypothesis. What is this hypothesis? What is this documentary hypothesis? Wellhausen argues that the Pentateuch comprises 4 distinct and relatively intact sources or documents, which is labeled J, E, D, and P. The Torah comprises 4 distinct and relatively intact sources: J, E, D, and P. Okay. Before we go on, let me say this. There was, when you look at Wellhausen's theory, when we look at what he proposed, yes, he may be accurate, but there was some anti-Semitic characterizations of early Judaism or early Hebrewism. He was overly skeptical. He did not believe that the Torah had any historical value. So it's good to mention that. Like I say, I always present you with all of the data. Because his theory was accurate doesn't mean that, or could be accurate, could be more plausible, doesn't mean that I wouldn't tell you about his prejudices. Okay, so he was overly skeptical. He held a supposition that Israel's prehistory, as related in the books of the Torah, had no historical value. But although his conclusions has not remained influential, nobody rocks with that, his formulation of the documentary hypothesis became a classic. And it continues to be used as a starting point for discussions of the formation of the Torah. Others have built on top of it, but it's pretty much the foundation. So even though we don't agree with his characterization of Hebrewism or Judaism, his formulation of this documentary hypothesis became a classic. Okay. Awesome. So we're going to look at the JEDP. We're going to start with the J. J is not why. J is because the Germans use the letter J. Okay. But yeah, use the letter J, not Y. So, Mr. Vincent, yes, go ahead.
Oh, so since they put the J in, so is that really the Yahwehnists? Is that what they would call that?
Yes, the Yahwists. So when the formulation, what is J? what did Wellhausen mean when he says J? What did he see? What was his observation? In the passages where the name is used, one second. In the J, which is the Yahweh source, the name used for God is Yud He Vav He. So when we say this is a J source, it means that the name of the deity used in that source is Yud He Vav He. So it is J. That's how the Germans would say Jave, where we have the J. But when we say a J source, most of the time, the name of the deity is Yud He Vav He. That's not the only criteria, but I'll show you the rest of it. But that is almost the first thing that we look at. What is the name of the deity that is used in that source? Also, how do we determine this is a J source? In the passages where Yud He Vav He is used, he is described with vivid anthropomorphisms, that is human-like. When you look at the J source, you would see this. Yah is described, I'm so vivid as a human. In Eden, he forms the first man with clay, like a potter. He breathes life into this clay object that he's formed. We are told that he walks in the garden. He makes clothes for the man and the woman. He shuts the door of the ark after Noah and his family had boarded. He smells the odor of the sacrifice that Noah and his family offer after the flood. At the Tower of Babel, he goes down to see what they're doing. He visits Abraham. He has a meal with Abraham. He meets Abraham. Sorry, he meets Abraham at the tent when after his circumcision. He meets him at the edge of the tent. He meets Moshe going down to Egypt, and he wants to kill him. So in J, he's human-like. Okay. J's geographical location in many of the narratives, which concerns the ancestors of Israel, is in the territory of Judah. When you read Genesis 12 to 50, chapters 12 to 50, and you look at the J sources, you would notice that the geographical location of many of the narratives, which concerns the tribes, the 12 tribes, you would notice that the location is the territory of Judah, which we know was the dominant southern tribe. Which makes sense that Jacob's son Judah, the ancestor that the tribe bears his name, also features prominently in the narrative about the ancestors in the J source. So you would clearly see where J comes from, where J, the source J, where it would have been written. It would have been written in the south. Okay. In the J sources, the mountain on which Moshe receives the law is called Sinai. Does anybody know the other name for Sinai?
Is it Horeb?
Horeb. J doesn't use Horeb. J never uses Horeb. So put that in your spirit. The J source always uses Sinai. Okay. J has a threefold promise to Abraham. It's the promise of land, descendants, and blessing. This is one of the things that you can use to determine this is a J source. The boundaries of the promised land in the J source is from the river of Egypt to the great river, the Euphrates. And that is roughly the territory controlled by David and Solomon in the 10th century BCE. So that also shows you where the J source would have originally been penned, in the south. This is why most scholars would date the J source to the 9th or to the 10th century BCE. One thing you want to know about the J source is the fullest of the four sources. We're going to look at all the sources. Is the fullest, meaning that when you remove the other sources, the J source can flow fairly continuously. It makes sense. You can remove the P, the D, you can remove the E, and the J will flow very beautifully. We'll find out why. Okay, so any questions on the J? Our J source, the Yahwist. No question. Awesome. Now we come to the E source. The E source gets its name from its consistent use of the divine title or the divine name Elohim. And it uses that from Genesis until the revelation of the name Yud He Vav He to Moshe in Exodus 3. E is the Elohist. When you look at the E source uses Elohim, not Yud He Vav He. It uses Elohim from the book of Genesis till the revelation of the name Yud He Vav He in the book of Exodus, chapters 3, to be specific. Now, there's something about the E that we should know. Originally, the E source was truncated when it was combined with J, making E fragmentary. It's in fragments throughout the Pentateuch. Whoever was compiling or putting all these sources together made E into fragments. We'll find out who was doing it. Okay. Mr. Drew, I'm going to answer your question very shortly. Mr. Drew says, where are these sources coming from? Are these sources found in biblical archaeology? No, they're not found in biblical archaeology. They are found inside of the text. So what these sources are what scholars have noticed in the text, that Sometimes the name Elohim is used. Sometimes the name Yahweh is used. Sometimes the mountain of revelation is called Sinai. Sometimes it is called Horeb. Why is that? These are some of the questions that is being posed. Why is it that sometimes we have this deity portrayed in human-like, with human-like characteristics, and sometimes he's not? So in answering all these questions, this is the theory that scholars have come up with to answer the difficulties in the text, their doublets, their contradictions, etc. in the text. Madam Marcy says, what do you mean by fragmented? So they didn't use all of E. You remember what I said about J? When you take the J sources, it reads, it flows continuously. You cannot do that with E. You cannot do that with E. If you take only the E sources from the text that we have right now, you cannot read it for it to flow, for it to even make sense. You cannot. Now, with E, the deity is more remote than in J. When in E, the deity reveals himself, it's indirectly and is usually through dreams, through divine messengers, through prophets. In E, the mountain of revelation to Moses is called Horeb, not Sinai. The J source uses Sinai. The E source uses Horeb. Okay. The geographical setting of E is often in the northern part of Israel. More specifically, it focuses on Ephraim. When we look at poetic texts, this northern kingdom is often named for its dominant tribe, which is Ephraim. And so the E source focused on Ephraim, whilst J focuses on Judah. So the focus on the northern territory and also the emphasis on prophecy suggests that E originated in the northern kingdom, probably in the 9th century, but perhaps the 8th. Scholars are divided with the dates. The dates, they move back and forth, so doesn't really bother some of us. So the E would have originated from the northern kingdom. Any questions about the E before we move on to the D?
Yeah, Rabbi.
Mr. Vincent.
Can, so can the E source tie into the other E's like the Elyon and so on and so forth?
No, that would be a P source. When we get to the P
That's
source,
source?
yes, we'll
Okay.
look at that. It would all make sense because we're going to read some text and you're going to see clearly what is happening in the text. Okay, now we have the D source. D is the Deuteronomic source. I just cannot pronounce this word. Deuteronomic source. Okay. It's found entirely in the book of Deuteronomy. Now, the core of Deuteronomy was discovered in the temple during the reign of Josiah in the late 7th century BC. If you remember, we talked about this when we discussed Passover. There are connections between D and E. What are the connections? D uses Horeb as the name of the mountain of revelation. D also emphasizes prophecy. So D, it is argued, probably also originated in the northern kingdom. That is the core of D is argued originated in the Northern Kingdom. I didn't say too much about D because we'd have to look at the argument, whether it came from the north, it was left in the temple, and then the south discovered it during the time of Josiah, and then they put their fingerprint on it. Good look at that. Yes, Madame Toy says D is also Joshua, Kings, Samuel, and Judges. Correct. You should know this already because I mentioned it. The Deuteronomistic history from Joshua to the end of the Kings, First and Second Kings. Now we come to the P. The P is the priestly source. Why is it named the priestly source? The source is so named because of the emphasis on matters of religious observance and rituals. You know, our priests, this is what they glory in. You would see the Shabbat in the P source. You see the dietary laws in the P source. You see circumcision in the P source. In the P source, as in the E, the deity is often called Elohim until the revelation of the divine name to Moshe in the book of Exodus, just like E. P preserves other designations of the deity. In P, you have El Shaddai or Shaddai. You have the epithets El Elyon, El Olam, El Roi, El Bethel, etc. So P preserves these other designations of the deity. And noticed is El Shaddai, El Elyon, El Olam, El Roi, El Bethel. In P, the mountain of revelation is called Sinai, just as you have in J. How does P characterizes the deity? In P, the deity is even more remote and transcendent. That in the P sources, he appears as light, manifested in his glory. That is how the deity appears. He doesn't appear as he appears in J. He doesn't appear in dreams or with messengers. He usually manifests in his glory. This is a concrete image. That means that he appears like a light-filled cloud, which indirectly reveals the divine presence and at the same time conceals it. You know, like you're looking, it's like the sun behind a cloud in the sky. That is how the priests portrays the revelation of the deity in P. This is what they do, how they portray it. P also has some covenants, but it's thematic. First, there's a covenant with Noah and his descendant, and then there's a sign, which is the rainbow in the sky. And then there's a second covenant in P with Abraham, whose sign is circumcision. And then there's a third covenant with Yah and Israel. And then the sign of that is the Shabbat. So this is how P portrays or gives its portrayal. P was the final editor of the already existing sources. So the person who put it all together was P. So what P did was that you will notice that the first chapter of the Torah and the last chapter of the Torah, Deuteronomy 34, is actually from the P sources. So as the editor, as the one putting all these sources together, all these traditions together, what the P or the priests did was that they began with Genesis 1, which is their source, because you notice it ends with the Shabbat, and then they ended it in Deuteronomy 34. So it's like they created a frame for the Torah. They put it all together. How did they do this? Because you have different traditions. If I have the J source, the J gives me a special narrative. The E source gives me a special narrative. The D source gives me a special narrative. And then the P also has its own narrative, how it sees things. How do you stitch all these together? Okay, maybe you leave the J source intact so that it can flow. You make the E source into fragments and then you place it somewhere. You have the D source. You have also your P source, which is predominantly Leviticus, Numbers, all those boring to-do list, rituals, that is the P. But how do you stitch them all together? What P did in Genesis, P connects J and E with genealogies. The priests, they love genealogies. So in Genesis, P connects the J and the E narratives by an elaborate system of genealogies. And they even start with the toldot of the heavens and the earth. These are the generations of the heavens and the earth. So that is the genealogy of the heavens and the earth. That is how the priest put this all together, stitch this all together. Mr. Adrian, correct. It's kind of like the different gospels in the New Testament, correct. So the New Testament also bases how it removes those different narratives from the JEDP. That's where the idea comes from. So you have the source for Mark, you have Matthew, you have Luke, you have John, and then you have the Q, and then you have the source that Matthew used outside of Luke, and then what Luke used outside of Matthew. Yes, so you get the idea, Mr. Adrian. The basis of separating the sources in the New Testament actually is based on, or the idea or the methodology comes from the JEDP, which is sometimes JEPD. Some people think that the P came before the D, etc. But if it's DP or PD, you still is the same sources, but people are dating them differently. Awesome, awesome. Yeah. So the priests, they are fond of genealogies. So you even have, these are the generations of the heavens and the earth. These are the generations, and then it goes down and it gives you some data. So they love genealogy. So scholars tell us that a large formation of P occurred in the 6th century BCE. That is what we have come to understand with this theory of JEDP. These are traditions, these are sources in the text that you can point out, which use different names for the deity, which focuses on different territories, which have different names for the mountain of revelation. They portray the deity, they characterize the deity differently. Their focus is on people that they are close ancestors to. J focuses on Judah, E focuses on Ephraim, that is south and north, etc. So this is what we have, the dates and then when the sources were written. So this is all hypothetical, I must say. We don't have any evidence of an E source that we can go to and say this is the E source. We don't have any evidence of a P source, like a P manuscript, and say this is a P manuscript. No. We're looking at the text and we are being informed from the text that, hey, there are traditions that either contradict or they don't match. And what we have done is given these traditions these names based on the names they use for the deity, based on the territories they focus on, based on how they characterize the deity, etc. So this is, in summary, what we've done so far. This is what possibly happened. I'll repeat that. This is what possibly happened. Using some earlier traditions and reflecting their own perspectives, J and E were written independently. J, written in Judah, probably during the 10th century BCE, and E in the northern kingdom of Israel, probably around the 9th or perhaps a century or so later. However, people want to date it. When the northern kingdom fell to the Assyrians, refugees from the northern kingdom brought with them to Jerusalem the E source, which was combined with the J source in Jerusalem. But it was done in such a way that whilst J remained intact, because it's in Jerusalem, you're in their territory, so their source remained intact. And then they used E as a kind of supplement. This is why E is fragmented. It has that fragmentary character because the people putting it together are in Jerusalem. Okay. Now, finally, in the 6th century BCE, P shaped these sources along with its own material, that is D, into what became the Pentateuch. This is how it possibly happened. Any questions till here? Before I talk about the challenge of this hypothesis, I won't just tell you, that rock with it, I would present the challenges as well. Any questions on how we possibly came to have the 5 books of Moshe as we have it? Okay, so with this, it means that it wasn't Moshe who authored it. With this, it means that there were different authors of the text, different traditions, different sources. So clearly, to challenge any tradition that has been held very dear to for a long time, you're going to have some pushback. So this documentary hypothesis was challenged from the start because anybody who held that Moshe wrote it saw it as an attack on the authority of the Torah. Roman Catholics were prohibited by the Vatican. They actually issued a decree. They were prohibited from teaching this documentary hypothesis. The decree or the ban wasn't lifted until the mid-20th century. But by then it was accepted by Jewish scholars, Protestant scholars. I mean, it was accepted all over the place. But they had banned Catholics from using it. Why? It's their issue. Now, when the scholars accepted these, some people came up with their own theories, even though they continued to debate the details. Some came with the J1, J2, JR. Instead of the J, the Yahwist 1, Yahwist 2, JR, we had the Canaanite theory. That's the K. The Canaanites were the ones that housed or gave shelter to Moshe when he was fleeing from Egypt. There was somebody came up with the L source, the lay, Lay. Somebody came with the S source, which is south or Seir, Mount Seir. So there were, even though the details were debated, this hypothesis became the foundation. Like I said, it was a classic, and people have built on this hypothesis. I must say that this hypothesis does not provide in any way a full explanation of the complicated process by which the Pentateuch was formed. It does not. It is complicated indeed. It is extremely complicated. But this is as close as we've come to make sense of what we are reading in the text. Now, some scholars have argued, and I agree with them. And I think Mr. Jason, from his contribution, agrees with this as well. Mr. Jason, if I'm misrepresenting you, please let me know. But some scholars think that the J source is not earlier than the E source. It was not a product of the early monarchy, but rather when they were writing the J source, they make it look ancient. They make it look older. Some put the J source before. No, they put the E before the J. They bring the J all the way to the 6th century BCE. I kind of agree to that. I kind of do. I think the North wrote the E source and then The J was written later. I think either when they became a united kingdom or when the kingdom split. But I don't hold that the J predates the E. Mr. Jason, am I correct to say that you hold this view as well?
Yeah, I hold that view as well too. It's just from the evidence, from what I've like read and looked up, the Israelite kingdom belief system is definitely older than the Southern kingdom. You could tell that they clearly had two different belief systems. So I think personally, the Elohist view is older, also too because of the land of Canaan as well too. El is all over the land of Canaan. When you look at the history of the people and things of that nature, so I definitely think that Elohist is higher. I mean, came before the Yahweh source. That source comes later because the people who are redacting the text.
Gotcha. Yes, I do hold. Some argue against it, but I do hold to that view as well. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Okay, so do we all understand this? The sources, the E source, the J source, the D source, the P, how they all came together to form what we have as our Torah. It was not written by Moshe. The 5 books is not written by Moshe. I hope we all understand. Okay, now let's go to the text. We're almost done. We're going to read the flood story. And we're going to apply what we've just studied. And show you how the P, the priestly redactor or editor, how they put this thing together. If you have 2 traditions, 3 traditions of the same narrative, how do you let it fit? So Genesis 6, we start with the J source. And it came to pass when man commenced to multiply upon the face of the earth, and daughters were born to them, that the sons of the nobles saw the daughters of man, whom they were when they were beautifying themselves, and they took for themselves wives from whomever they chose. And Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh said, so you notice that Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh is used here in the book of Genesis. So that is the J source. The J uses Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh. Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh said, let my spirit not quarrel forever concerning man, because he is also flesh, and his days shall be 120 years. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterwards, when the sons of the nobles would come to the daughters of man, and they would bear for them. They are the mighty men who were of old, the men of renown. And Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh saw that the evil of man was great in the earth, and every imagination of his heart was only evil all the time. And Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh regretted that he had made man upon the earth, and he became grieved in his heart. And Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh said, remember, J uses human-like terms for Yah. Okay, so he's grieved in his heart. Okay. And Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh said, I will blot out man, whom I created from upon the face of the earth, from man to cattle, to creeping things, to the fowl of the heavens. For I regret that I made them. But Noah found favor in the eyes of Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh. Awesome. Very nice opening. These are the generations of Noah. Who's speaking now? Which source is that?
Be the priestly source.
Priestly source. Why would you say is the priestly source?
Because now it goes into genealogies. You see it goes from Yahweh being described, now it's into genealogies.
Correct. So now we have a story that we can do. If you remove the genealogy, you see how the story flows. It flows without the genealogies. But the priestly redactor or editor is stitching this. Shall I say stitching? No. Okay, yes. He's forming the text. And some of the ways that he does that is by using these genealogies to put them all together. Okay. So after we've been told about what is happening and Yah regretting, Noah finds favor. Now the priestly source comes in, puts this here. These are the generations of Noah. Noah was a righteous man. He was perfect in his generation. Noah walked with not Yud He Vav He. He walks with Elohim. So we know that is not the J source because the J doesn't use Elohim. The J uses Yud He Vav He. Okay, so these are the generations of Noah. Noah was a righteous man. He was perfect in his generation. Noah walked with Elohim. And Noah begat 3 sons, Shem, Ham, Japheth. Now the earth was corrupt before Elohim. No, we were told that already in the J source. We were told that something was wrong. But we have another source, the P, and the P is also telling us its narrative, that it was corrupt. So, he's told, the P source, he's told to build all these stuff. I'm not going to read through it all over, but from where we stopped in Genesis chapter 6 verses 8, from verses 9 all the way to the end of the chapter is the P source. We get to Genesis 7. And Yah Elohim, and Yud He Vav He said to Noah. So now the next chapter starts with the J source. So I'm giving you an idea how the priest has woven these narratives together. So it would narrate the J source, and then it would stop the J, and then the priest would put the P source in there, and give numbers and talk about male and female animals because these are for sacrifices, these are for rituals, so the priest is incorporating his tradition. I'm not saying that his tradition is false. No, there are other traditions, and he's weaving them together to tell the story. Okay. So that is, that's what we have. You can go through now you understand how to look at it. So you can go through it and see how the the P and then the J go back and forth. Okay. Now I made mention that you can read J. Just take out all the E. Take out all the P from the flood narrative and let's just read the J, and you see that it flows. It flows, it makes sense. So let's start from verse 7 at the bottom. Genesis 6, 7. You know the narrative from the top. And Yud He Vav He said, I will blot out man, whom I created from upon the face of the earth, from man to cattle, to creeping thing, to the fowl of the heavens, for I regret that I made them. Then we've removed all of the E. We continue from where J continues. And Yud He Vav He said to Noah, come into the ark. So right after Yah has said that I will blot out all of man, whom I have created from the face of the earth, he's regretted, he tells Noah to come into the ark, you and all your household. So J doesn't tell us how the ark was built. J is not concerned about that. This is what happened. They went into the ark, blah, blah, blah. Genesis 7 verses 5. And Noah did according to all that Yud He Vav He had commanded him. We've taken away all the P interjections, and we come to verses 12 where J continues. And the rain was upon the earth for 40 days. So you see, after Noah does what Yah said he should do, now the rain comes upon the earth 40 days, and Yah shut him in. And again, J is using human-like terms for the deity. So you would see it flows. The J just flows and it makes sense. That's the bias of the people putting together. They are from the south, so J is used. E is used as fragmentary to the narrative, and you see how P is weaving his tradition also into the text. So this is how the scholars sat down and say, wait a second, we see different things happening here. We see there is a Yud He Vav He source, and if we remove these other sources from it, it makes sense. We see the P source, the E source, we see all these things. So this is how the JEDP hypothesis came to be built. This is the work that they had to do to come to that. So like I said, J flows, but E does not because it's fragmented. The original version of E is truncated when it was combined with a J, making E fragmentary throughout the Pentateuch. Okay, do we understand this before we look at our main text? And then we draw the conclusions, and then we continue next week. Okay, I believe we do understand it. Let's come to Exodus 3. We've read this over and over again. We've explained it from a theological perspective. Now we are not looking at theology. We're looking at the text from an academic perspective. This is the revelation at, let me see, it's not Sinai, it's the revelation at Horeb. Notice that Horeb is used here, not Sinai. So we see that it's a P or E source. Okay. Moshe was pasturing the flocks of Jethro, his father-in-law, the chief of Midian, and he led the flocks after the free pasture land. And he came to the mountain of Elohim, to Horeb. So the mountain is Horeb. The mountain is called the mountain of Elohim, not the mountain of Yud He Vav He. An angel of Yud He Vav He appeared to him in the flame of fire from within the thorn bush. And behold, the thorn bush was burning with fire, but the thorn bush was not being consumed. So Moshe said, let me turn now and see this great spectacle. Why does the thorn bush not burn up? Yud He Vav He saw that he had turned to see, and Elohim called him from within the thorn bush and said, Moshe, Moshe. And he said, here I am. And he said, do not draw near here. Take your shoes off your feet, because the place upon which you stand is holy soil. And he said, I am the Elohim of your father. I am the El of Abraham, the El of Isaac, and the El of Jacob. And Moshe hid his face because he was afraid to look towards Elohim. And Yud He Vav He said, I have surely seen the affliction of my people who are in Egypt, and I have heard their cry because of their slave drivers, for I know their pain. So what is happening here in the first 7 verses? How would you reconcile this? How would you explain this academically? What is going on here? Any takers? This is the revelation, not at Sinai, the revelation at Horeb. The same place, but the name here used as Horeb, not Sinai. What is going on here in the first 7 verses? Is it El that is speaking to Moshe, or is it Yud He Vav He?
It is more likely El that's speaking, but the text is saying that it's Yud He Vav He.
Correct. So how would you explain Like, how would you make it make sense? Academically, though. I'm not.
So academically, L would be the main source. So this angel of Yuhevave, the the angel of Yuhevave would more than likely be what we would call like Yah, but the Lord, the actual Lord here, would be more so L. It seems like it's a playing of the words, right?
Correct.
So like it says, and God called to him from within the bush. God is L. L called to him. The Lord will be like Yudhe with saw, but the angel is a manifestation or a representation of Yudhe. I mean, that's kind of a way that you can kind of break it down, because there are three deities talking here at this time.
There's three.
Like, so you have like, and the angel of the Lord appeared to him in a flame of fire from within the thorn bush, right? So that's an angel of the Lord. That's one. Then it says, let me turn aside and see this great spectacle while the thorn bush doesn't burn up. Then it says the Lord. So that the Lord will be Yuhevave, so that he had turned to see, and El called to him from the bush. So El will be the deity that's speaking. So it could be like a consortium of deities, almost like a pantheon, pretty much.
Okay. Anyone else has another view? How would you explain this? It looks like a contradiction, but what's going on? Yes, Madam Sonja.
I guess I have a different view. It feels like to me that he's explaining to Moshe that I am the same God who is called by these different names. So not so much a pantheon, but that I am he who is Elyon, who is Yahweh. And then I guess the angel of the Lord, maybe that's more like an avatar, but it's really him or a manifestation of him, because we already know that we don't see God physically.
Okay.
So I feel like, in my opinion, that it's the same God, and he's explaining to him, I am the God of your father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob. Even though different names were used, he's saying, this is me. I am that same God. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other views? How would you explain what is going on here?
Rabbi, El is the author here, correct? El is the one that's speaking to Moses, and he said, here I am. And he said, do not draw near. Take off your shoes, right? Because this God, El, if we was to read this in Hebrew, it would say El here, right? So El is the one that called to him from within the thorn bushes. And El is the one that's making the claim to him that I am the God of your forefathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Okay.
And Moses was afraid to turn towards El.
Okay. Beautiful. Beautiful. Anyone? Any other?
Rabbi,
Yes,
didn't
Madam
you
Nancy.
at one point you said that the El is the strict judge and the Yud would be the Lord, which is the merciful. So it's like the text is explaining both sides, characteristics of the Most High, being that he would be strict judge, and he would, when Moshe could move towards him, he could face the mercy of the Yud Vavhe, that he is El, the strict judge, and Yud Vavhe, the merciful, or the kind, or not really kind, but the approachable, that has grace and mercy.
Okay, yes.
And text is combining that so that you can see these characteristics of the Most High.
Characteristics of, yes. I did say that,
Right.
yes. I did say that.
Rabbi,
So, okay. Yes, thank you, Madam Mercy. Yes.
to add in
Mr.
here
J.
too.
Seem to be two sources.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Jabez.
Mr. Jabez, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I said like it seems to be two sources relating the same story.
Hold that thought.
And some things are even repeated. Like,
Correct. Hold that thought, Mr. Jabez. Hold that thought.
okay.
Why are you
Okay.
all... Yeah, Madam Sherry, hold that thought. Why are you all giving me theological answers?
We conditioned.
Correct.
We're
I did
conditioned,
not
but
ask a theological question. I intentionally asked that question. You've given me theological answers. Mr. Jabet did not give me a theological answer based on what we are doing. He looked and he says there are two sources. And the priestly editor is weaving them together, even though there are multiple things that he said over and over again. You see how difficult it is to stay on one side and not blend the two. That's why I told Madame Marcy. I said it. What you said, yes, I agree with it. But it's a theological answer to the question. Mr. Jabet, continue if you had more to say.
No, I just wanted to add that it seems to be like a bad redaction that they do. Like, some things are repeated, like sometimes they just put one sentence from the other source in between just to, I don't know, to do what. Like, I think it's messy now that I know that I can read it with two sources. It seems like the stitching is, I don't like the stitching. Let's just say that. I don't like it.
See, the priestly guy. Yes, sorry, Mr. Vincent. Go ahead.
Could it also be that, like you had said before, like even though they put the text together, like it really wasn't a strong concern to make it flow perfectly,
Not at all.
To just preserve
Yep.
what was going on?
Correct. They're not concerned about that at all. It's like, I have three traditions, and I'm presenting you with the three traditions as best as I can. But I have some biases. I'm from the South, so I'm going to make the J source more predominant here, let it flow, and I'm going to use the other sources to, spice it up. So I'm giving you all the sources that I have, all the traditions that I have, and I'm woven it and I've given it to you. So they're not really, really concerned about letting it flow 100%. Mr. Vincent, you're 100% correct.
Rabbi.
Mr. Jason.
So the other thing is here too, right? If I'm the Southern Kingdom and I'm trying to, I found this book. There's an influx of people coming from the Northern Kingdom who were exiled a little while ago. I'm putting the context of the text together. As a priest, it almost seems imperative for me to include traditions that they would have held in the Northern Kingdom as well. Like you could see the trying to blend them together, because here clearly we have like Mount Horeb that's being talked about.
Correct.
And we know where that comes from.
Yes.
We know that's a Northern Kingdom thing.
Correct.
But then it goes straight into like the angel of the Lord. And we know that's a Southern Kingdom ideology.
Correct.
But they also include El in here, which would be a Northern Kingdom ideology. So to me, I know it seems like paste work, but it's a masterpiece.
It is.
Like if I'm trying to bring people together, it's a masterpiece. I'm bringing the Northern Kingdom, rallying the Southern Kingdom. We're gonna come together and we're gonna take back the land. Like it makes perfect sense.
Correct. Mr. Javez, do you agree? Mr. Javez was laughing. Mr.
Yes,
Vincent.
yes. I wanted to say, like, now with the comment of Mr. Jason, I understand that the only reason you have this patchwork like this is if the priest really wanted to preserve 100% of each text. And it's like the priest felt like each one of these traditions is holy by itself. So everything preserved in the text. So we'll do everything to make it make sense,
Correct.
even if we need to repeat 3 times the same thing.
Correct.
And
It's-
Rabbi,
I'm sorry, Rabbi. I am still that is problematic for me.
No problem. Please tell us why it is. We really want to hear.
It's problematic because if you're saying that these are different representations of the Most High or even different gods, and you're putting them all in the same text, I don't understand how people would see that it's all the same.
Different gods. No, we're not. No, so we're saying that these are different sources. We haven't touched about the different gods because the north uses Elohim, the south uses Yahweh.
Okay, so we're saying that this is the same God, but the presentation of that God differs between the north and the south, and they're bringing, and this text is trying to bring those presentations together.
No, we are not. We are not. We haven't focused on the deities yet. Elohim and Yahweh. We're not focused on that yet. What we're discussing is what is going on here in the text. And we're saying that what the priestly editor or redactor is doing is he's taking the theophany here, the experience of Moshe, what the northern tribe wrote, and what the southern tribe wrote, and he is merging it together so that you preserve the tradition from both groups. We haven't dealt with the Elohim and the Yahweh yet. We haven't gotten there yet. We're just looking at why does it look like Elohim is speaking now, Yahweh is speaking now, Elohim now, Yahweh. Why the back and forth? It's just that you have two sources, E and J, and the priestly editor has put them together. He's taken most of E out, left J. No, so we're making sense of what is going on in the chapter. Not the details yet. We'll look at the details, but how we have a chapter that is so confusing. What is happening behind the scenes? So that is what we are discussing now. We're going to look at the deities right after, but not in this question here.
Rabbi.
Yes, one second, Madam
Rabbi,
Sonja. Is that understandable? We'll answer your questions very soon, but we're just looking at how the text is framed. We'll focus on the deities.
Yes,
Deities very soon.
Thank you. I will wait with bated breath.
Okay, 5 minutes. We'll get there. And then we'll close. Mr. Jason.
Rabbi, we have something we need to address in the chat. They saying that he finessed the book and pulled the Constantine. I think it needs to be cleared up. It's not the same concept that's going on here.
No.
They making it seem like he was trying to do something evil. That's not the context. It's not right. We're putting the text together.
Mr. CJ is
Clear that up.
hilarious.
They're cousins. Because keeping cousins. That's all it is. It's not evil.
right? Like he finessed it in a good way. It's the problem is we always try to fix something with the way we understand things. Like we're supposed to fix something. These people back in this time, and he did a good job of putting it together, because both sides are going to get some type of understanding in their mind and in their culture and in their time.
Correct. Correct.
Rabbi, this is like a large research paper with different sources. Is this?
Yes.
You know,
Correct.
you cite your sources, but there are no sources cited. But
Correct.
that's what it would be like, just compiling information for a research paper.
Yes.
Can I?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So now the professor would pick up the
I
verses.
think like the Sherlock Holmes work.
Say it again, Mr. Javed.
I see it like a Sherlock Holmes work. Like they take evidence of a fact that might have happened. Let's say the fact happened, but you have different, how to say it, witnesses.
Witness, correct.
And you want
Correct.
to have a, yeah.
Correct. Yes. Yes.
So you want to give like the final truth of what happened by compiling all the witnesses' accounts.
Correct. True. Yes. And then a professor who knows all the traditions. Let's say there are 4 witnesses. The professor has listened to all 4 witnesses. Now he's looking at what is in front of him, and he's able to pick up and say, "Oh, this one is from the first witness. Ah, this one is the 3rd witness. Okay, this one is the 4th witness." You know, piecing them all together, because you know all the 4 witnesses, and you have a document in front of you, and you can say that, oh, it's woven together, you know, to make it complete. But the person reading would have to know the 4 witnesses for the text to make sense, which is in front of him. If you don't know the 4 witnesses, now you try and resolve it how best you can. So yes, very, very good example. Very good example there. Okay, so let's move on. We're doing great. We'll close right now. I don't take too much of your time. So now he continues. He says, "I have descended to rescue them from the hands of the Egyptians, and to bring them up from the land to a good and spacious land, to a land flowing with milk and honey, to the place of the Canaanites, the Hittites, Amorites, Perizzites, Hivites, Jebusites. And now, behold, the cry of the children of Israel has come to me, and I have also seen the oppression that the Egyptians are oppressing them. So now, come, I will send you to Pharaoh, and take my people, the children of Israel, out of Egypt." But Moshe said to Elohim, "Who am I that I should go to Pharaoh, and that I should take the children of Israel out of Egypt?" And he said, "For I will be with you, and this is the sign for you that it was I who sent you. When you take the people out of Egypt, you would worship Elohim on this mountain." And Moses said to Elohim, "Behold, I come to the children of Israel, and I say to them, the God of your fathers has sent me to you. And they say to me, what is his name? What shall I say to them?" Let's pause here. What does the question? Moshe is asking a very important question. He's saying that you're sending me. When I get there, they're going to ask me what your name is. What should I say to them?
Rabbi?
Mr. Vincent.
So, I mean, shouldn't they already know the name
Pause.
of the God of their fathers?
Beautiful. Does the question imply that they do?
No, it doesn't imply, because no, it doesn't.
It doesn't. What does that inform us then?
It's almost close to making it up.
Yeah, it's about to be a transfer of deityship. That's what it looks like.
Does that inform us that these people were monotheists?
No, definitely not. Because if you're a monotheist, you would know.
You would know that, correct.
The one name. You would only have one name. They basically was asking like, well, which one is you talking about?
Which one are you talking
Which
about?
one you talking about?
Because Moshe should have said, okay, I'm going to go tell them that, hey, the one true God has come. He's going to take you. But no, he's asking, what is his name? In other words, which deity are you? So the question here makes sense in a polytheistic Near Eastern context. There were different deities. Now you are sending me, and the question that he's asking is, which one? Okay, let's move on. Where did they go? And Elohim said further to Moshe, so shall you say to the children of Israel. Where did I go? I missed, that is 14. 15, okay, yes. And Elohim said further to Moshe, you shall say to the children of Israel, Yud He Vav He, the God of your forefathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob has sent me to you. This is my name forever. Okay. When...
Rabbi?
Yes, Mr. Vincent, go ahead.
I don't know if you're gonna go, but what about the part when he was like, "This is not the name that I, came by"? Like, how we deal with that?
We come in there. We come in
Oh,
there.
I ain't want to jump ahead. Okay.
When Moshe talks to this bush, or vice versa, the bush talks to Moshe, we get the sense that Yud He Vav He had not been used before. Okay, put that in your spirit. According to the e-source, Yud He Vav He tells the people his name is Yud He Vav He at the burning bush. Well, according to the J source, the people have been calling upon the name Yud He Vav He as early as Genesis 4. And Adam knew his wife again, and she bore a son, and she named him Seth, for Elohim had given me other seed instead of Abel, for Cain slew him. And to Seth also, to him a son was born, and he named him Enosh. Then it became common to call by the name of Yud He Vav He. So the J is telling us that the name Yud He Vav He was used in Genesis. This is pretty early. The E source says no chance. The name was El, and it was only until the revelation at Horeb that Yud He Vav He was revealed. Two traditions, north and south. Who is right?
Is that a question?
No.
Oh,
about to say.
I know. Yes, it's a question. I'm just messing with Mr. Jason. Mr. Jason, be nice.
Well,
be nice.
I'm gonna be nice. Well, they both could be right in their own way. It's just that I see Toy texting. Toy, we're not gonna do it. They both could be right in their own way. It's just that I would go with the earlier source, which is Elyon.
Okay, so Mr. Jason says he's going to go with the E source that says that Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh was not revealed until Exodus 3 at the revelation at Horeb, not Sinai, at the revelation at Horeb. Okay.
Am I?
Mr. Vincent.
Okay, so I don't want to like. What about the shasu or whatever? Like, is this for a further time or
Which one?
like the name of Yahweh, like in like archaeology? Like I've read somewhere that they found it.
Oh, yes. Correct. Yes. So we'll
Is
come
that
to
for
that.
next week or something? I don't want to.
Yes. Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes. We'll come to that. I mean, Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh was worshipped by other people found around Midian, way before Israel came to adopt it, or he came for Israel. Yes. No, we'll look at that next week. We'll look at that next week, Mr. Vincent. Okay, so you see what's happening. We have the E and then the J contradicting. What do we need to do? We have to look at the P. Okay, this person, the priest that is framing the Torah, who is putting this together, what does he say? Correct? We have two traditions that don't rock together. We are trying to find out, okay, which is which. Was Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh used all the way in Genesis? Or is it only at the revelation at Horeb? Well, we are not at loss. We have two sources that are saying different things. Now let's look at the priestly writer, the one who edited, the one who redacted, the one who stitched this together. What does the P say? Well, the P writer tries to harmonize all this. P is the editor who puts it all together. This is what P says. Exodus 6. And Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh said to Moshe, now you will see what I will do to Pharaoh, for with a mighty hand he will send them out, and with a mighty hand he will drive them out of his land. Elohim spoke to Moshe, and he said to him, I am Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh. I appeared to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob with the name El Shaddai. But with my name, Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh, I did not become known to them. Does the P source help us? Does the P source clarify?
Like they're picking the side of the revelation
Correct.
at Mount Sinai.
Correct.
So what's the point of Genesis 4? Why trying to introduce him in Genesis 4 then?
Correct. So the J, maybe we'll look at that. We'll look at that next week, Mr. David. The J is trying to. The J is. How do I say this, Mr. David? You always ask difficult.
And what it seems like they're trying to establish the authority of the Yahwism.
Yes, so the J is pushing Yahwism. The J is pushing monotheism. This is after the fact. And in order to achieve that, you have to demonstrate that Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh was used before the revelation at Sinai. we'll look at that because we're going to see where monotheism began, why it began, and why it was attractive, and how we have all rallied behind it ever since.
Rabbi, I got a separate question though.
Yes.
It's dealing with the mountains. Why is Horeb and Sinai look like they're the same thing but with two different names?
Because Horeb is in the territory of the north, so the north uses Horeb. The J uses Sinai because the bush in Hebrew is Seneh. So it's I think it's got to do something with the language. It's like a pun, but the territory is Horeb. You know, I think the Sinai is because of the bush Seneh in Hebrew. That is why J uses Sinai. Because if you use Horeb, I mean, now you're rocking with the North people. You don't want to do that.
Wow.
Rabbi, was this also a way for them not to step on toes, it sort of seems? Because it looks like they're trying to make a transition here. Right?
Correct. So, very good. Very good. The priest is trying to harmonize what is going on. But in that attempt, they they exposed, or they rather brought in the front what the ancestors, what the patriarchs actually subscribed to before the Yud He Vav He came on the scene. So in the attempt to harmonize, they actually really echoed or emphasized what the ancestors' religion were or was before Yud He Vav He came on the scene. So now P does something. What I've said, P does not only tell us that Abraham did not know Abraham did not know Yud He Vav He, but P uses some epithets for El. It says El Shaddai, which translates El of the mountains or El of the breasts. Sometimes El Almighty or God Almighty. So why El of the breasts? You see, when two mountains are next to each other, when you look at it, you think it's a breast, a woman's breast. So that's why sometimes El Shaddai is translated El of the breasts. You know, I think it has connotations of nursing, nursing care. So we have El, the priest. The priestly source doesn't just say El, but uses El Shaddai. So this contradicts the J source, meaning that P and E preserve a memory of a time when Israel worshipped the Canaanite god El. I repeat that again, it's important. P and E preserve a memory of a time when Israel, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, let me focus on these three, worshipped the Canaanite god El. Genesis 17. And Abraham was 99 years old, and Elohim appeared unto him, and he said to him, I am El Shaddai, El of the mountains. Walk before me and be perfect. He doesn't say, I am Yud Hey Vav Hey, walk before me and be perfect. And I will place my covenant between me and between you. So what we see here is that in the earliest cultic history, Israel referred to its God not as Yud Hey Vav Hey, but as El. Who was El? See, the J source that is trying to push monotheism imposes Yahweh into the book of Genesis. But P and E disagree. P and E preserves an earlier tradition that it wasn't Yahweh.
Rabbi.
Mr. Vincent.
And so El was he was considered the sky god, right?
Correct. So El is the name of the head of the Canaanite pantheon.
And then also, he was like considered the most high god of the pantheon, right?
Yes.
And what the description of him? What he had, like a white beard.
He had a white beard. Yes.
He stayed on top of the mountain in a tent.
Correct.
And he made covenants with his people.
Yes.
And promises to the descendants.
Yes.
And that's kind of crazy because the Canaanites were of a darker complexion. So here you have your man. Okay.
Mr. Vincent, and he couldn't be challenged either.
Well, I don't know because they, later on, but we don't want to, you know what I mean?
Yes.
We got
We'll get to that.
Jason.
No.
We'll get to all of that next week.
We got next week, Jason.
We get to all of that next week.
This is deep.
So El, the head of the Canaanite pantheon, he was El. El shows up, the Canaanite pantheon, with a variety of epithets. El Shaddai, El Elyon, El Olam, El Roi, El Bethel. Please, when Genesis uses this, it's not referring to Yahweh. Don't make that mistake.
And Rabbi, these different connotations of it didn't it kind of like refer to the situations that was going on?
No, so yes, in the text, in the narrative, yes. But these are epithets of the Canaanite, the head of the Canaanite pantheon, El. Now, what am I doing? I am showing you where we came from. Never forget your origins. We may believe in Yud Hey Vav Hey now, but it did not start with Yud Hey Vav Hey. I'll repeat that. The Hebrew people did not just appear and drop from the heavens. No. They came out of a people. Abraham did not drop out of the heavens. The text says he came from the Ur of the Chaldeans. Well, that is even an anachronism because the Chaldeans were not there at that time. That's a different conversation. But he came from somewhere. Abraham would not be monotheist. That would be madness to think that, because nobody thought that way. He would have been a polytheist. He would have a lot of deities that he would be worshipping. The text said one of the deities called him out and wanted to walk with him. That deity wasn't Yud Hey Vav Hey. That deity was El Shaddai, the head of the Canaanite pantheon. Please don't forget this. This is where we come from.
So, I'm sorry to interrupt, Rabbi.
No problem, Mr. David.
So that interaction with Melchizedek makes sense now.
Correct. Melchizedek was the priest of the head pantheon of Canaanite, of the Canaanites, of Canaan. He was a priest king.
Now you talking heresy, Rabbi.
I know, right? I know, right? And is it not interesting?
But last week when you brought that out, that absolutely stood out to me when you showed that Abraham tried to make a distinction. I raised my hand,
Correct.
the distinction. So it's like, well, Melchizedek wasn't the priest of the Most High God like we think of. It's El, the Most High God, and that's crazy.
So
This would make
yes, Mr. Jason, go ahead.
This would make perfect sense though too, because you gotta understand, like all these land names that they're using, Rabbi, like in Abraham's day, they wouldn't have not existed.
Correct.
So when they're talking about like Haram and and the Chaldeans and the Philistines, none of those names existed in Abraham's time. So therefore, what they're trying to give us is a locale of where he was coming from, not the actual people. So we'd be like, oh, he's from Chaldea. No, he's not. They're telling us that his people were in that land somewhere. But we know historically that there were Canaanites in that land as well too. So it's just, when you look at the text historically, it is presented differently than you would religiously, because religious-wise, you're trying to make a distinction. But historically, there wouldn't have been a distinction.
Correct.
And one more thing, Rabbi, didn't Deuteronomy 32 like kind of cater to this notion and stuff too? When the lands were split it up and it said that this portion was this,
yes, we're going to come.
That other gods had portions and the nations were divided.
We're going to come there right now. Yep. Yes. we're getting there.
Rabbi,
Mr. Morgan.
can we surmise or conclude that during this time, El was also fashioned into a statue?
Probably. Usually he's sitting on his throne with his holding lightning in his hand.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So we could also surmise that Abraham possibly had the El statue.
Oh yeah, the text tells us he was an idol worshiper.
Thank you.
Yes. So, picture what is going on. Abraham doesn't know Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh. He knows El. El calls him out, introduces or reveals himself to him as El Shaddai, El of the mountains, and he makes a covenant with him. This same El, we'll see next week, he makes covenant with patriarchs. He promises progeny. And I'm not quoting the Bible. I'm quoting the Ugaritic text. We'll delve into this next week. El makes the covenant with him, El Shaddai. He tells him he would give him this, he would give him that, he would do this, whatever the agreement is. But this is not Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh. This is the Canaanite, the head of the Canaanite pantheon, who is El. Abraham meets Melchizedek, who is the priest and the king of the Canaanite territory. And he's a priest king to El Elyon, the chief of the Canaanite pantheon. Abraham blesses him. The J source now comes and says that Abraham swears by Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh. That's not possible. So the J source, or the priest putting it together, is trying to make things work. But we're not rocking with that. What you should remember, you are a king in the order of who?
Of Melchizedek.
Of Melchizedek.
Because in the ancient Near East, you know, they some kings held the role of high priest and king at the same time. It was nothing spiritual, right? It was just the way of the land, right?
Correct.
It's in the document. It's in the Canaanite document.
Correct.
The kings were seen as priests
Priests.
from Yah.
Correct.
I mean, from El.
Correct.
It's the same concept.
What does it mean? It means that that priest king order, that, how should I put this? That some argue that we are now under the order of Melchizedek. That tells you the roots, or that tells you our Canaanite roots. David is a king after who? The Canaanite priest king. Our roots, where we came from. Yeshua is now the king in the order of Melchizedek, speaks of our Canaanite root. So you cannot, on the one hand, bash the Canaanites, and then on the other hand, you're saying that, hey, you know what? Our priest system comes from Canaanites. Come on. What we have here is identity crisis. Somebody has told us that being Canaanite is not acceptable. Because of the South writing against the Canaanite religions, because of what they were pushing, would focus on that. But that is the problem. Okay? The problem is somebody has indoctrinated Israel to hate being Canaanite. But we are 100% Canaanite. You can quote me anywhere. I'm on record saying that. We are 100% Canaanite. We've had identity issues for so long. And the text writes against our origins. Don't marry the Canaanites. Don't worship the Canaanites. Don't do that. But when we look carefully, we see that these people with the agenda of monotheism are the ones creating that bad picture about the Canaanites. The Canaanite roots of Israel's ancestors are clear. The Hebrew language itself is essentially Canaanite. It's a Canaanite dialect. If you go back as far, you cannot tell Hebrew from Canaanite. You cannot. And then somebody told you in a myth that Noah cursed Canaan. Please, it's a myth. We'll look at myths next week. I explain it, I'll define it, and I'll let you know. Genealogies. The priest loves genealogies. Look at the genealogy. Sometimes it doesn't make sense. Sometimes there are contradictions in the genealogy. Somebody lives 365 years. That number is symbolic. It's not accurate. Lamech 777 is symbolic. It's not accurate. We'll parallel it with Mesopotamian kings. And I'll show you what was going on there. Mr. Vincent, before I conclude.
Man, we have been so indoctrinated, like so far beyond, you know, like if we would embrace this idea or this truth that we're Canaanites, especially over here in the Americas, this really proves our point of Israelite identity as far as the color. You get what I'm saying? And many scholars have tied this Canaanite thing, and it just makes me think like, well, I'm looking at TV and I see who. It's just crazy. If we would embrace this identity, it would work so much better for what we're trying to prove and trying to learn and trying to do.
Right.
And we're scared of it. It's heresy, man. It's something that should not be spoken, man. No, we ain't. Oh, look at the that no longer shall be a Canaanite in the house of, you know what I'm saying? The Canaanites is trash. The African, you know what I'm saying? We so, oh my God, it's just crazy. And if we would just embrace the archaeological history, like when you look back, and you see the land masses and the regions that there was not no destruction. You look at the mounds. It was an influx of people just coming in, not people being born. So it's just crazy, man.
Brother Vincent, to even help you out, right? Muhammad Bellows wrote about our ancestors when we were on the west coast of Africa. Because they were asking him, why are you sending these people down to the ships? He said, these people are not native here. They are from Canaan.
Correct. He never said they're from
Canaan.
Israel. Yeah, they're Canaan. Yep.
He didn't say they're Israelites. Why? Because nobody was distinguishing themselves as Israelites. That's a modern ideology. We are from the land of Canaan. Muhammad Bellows said it. It's historically documented. I'm not selling my own people. These people are not native to here. They are from the Canaan. That's number one. Number two is, we got to keep in mind, the people who win tell the story. The northern kingdom was gone. So I'm going to make it look like these Canaanite people are evil. Why? Because the northern kingdom didn't have problems with Canaanites. When you start looking at this, some good books out there. The Quest for Historical Israel is a really good one that I'm reading right now. And you get to start seeing the dynamic of the people and why they was like, yo, get rid of all the Canaanites. Like, we need to just destroy everything Canaan. Because they didn't want to be attached back to them. But the reality is, we're definitely Canaanites. And somebody said this on YouTube, Rabbi. It was, I believe, the guy name is Shalom Yahu. And he said, what about the name the Messiah gave the Father when he died on the tree? And my response to him was, it's a Canaanite. When Yeshua was supposedly calling out on the tree that he was on, he was calling the God of Canaan.
What?
Elohi. That's a Canaanite deity. The God El is the God of Canaan.
On the cross.
You get to see this. Say that again, I'm sorry.
No, on the cross. I was trying to understand his question.
Yeah, his question was, he said, so what about the name the Messiah gave the Father on the cross, is what he's saying.
Yeah,
correct. The name he was calling out to him, but that's a Canaanite name, though.
Yes, I don't think he was giving him a name on the cross. No, I don't think he was at all. He was calling out to God. Elohi, Elohi, lama sabachthani. My God, why have you forsaken me? I think it's mixed with Aramaic. That's a different conversation. But yes. Very, very good point. Auntie Nanaya.
I have a question. My head's about to explode. Okay, now, So who do we call on? Do we call on El or do we call, and why I'm asking is because there seems to be so much controversy about even the Tetragrammaton name, how it's pronounced.
Correct.
So what do we do? Do we call, is, because in the circles of Judaism, you're forbidden to say it. And in non-Jewish circles, they can't even agree how it's pronounced.
Correct.
So as a people, who do we call on?
Yes.
Do we call
So
on El? Do we call on Yah? Do we
yeah.
call on, because even the name, and is it the same person or does this contradict what, Ron Shields taught, that, Yud He Vav He is the arm of El? What is this? Because I really need to know. I need to be settled.
Yes. So I wouldn't want to answer that question today. I'm going to explain a transition that took place. Why Yud He Vav He is now the patron deity of the Hebrews. I think after I've explained what happened, it should inform us where we are, and then one can decide on which name to call. But I have to explain what happened historically to where we are today. So, Antonia, if you can hang on for me, we'll tackle that. Okay, so yes, Madam Cynthia.
Sorry. What Terry Ann, I just said, sorry, I might have missed it because I had to deal with my son. Did you say we can call him, how would we call him Yahweh? Did you answer that?
No, yes, I said I was going to clarify, explain a transition that took place and what brought us to where we are today. So after I've explained that historical event, it would inform us, or it can inform someone what name they should be using. I won't tell you, but after I've presented the information, yes, you can be well informed to choose based on the explanation, the understanding that you have now.
So even though we won't make what Basil, I know you're going to go through it, but the fact that we won't use, maybe not using the right name, did it make a difference in us getting through?
No.
Yeah.
Negative. There's nothing like not using the right name. People address their deities differently based on how they experience the deity. So, for example, when you say Akwetey Ampon,
Yeah.
your neighbor next door wouldn't understand that, wouldn't use that, wouldn't know about that. But you may be referring to the same person that he or she may call Yahweh. So it's not necessarily pronouncing the name correctly. No, because the name Yahweh, remember, when this young deity introduces himself to Moshe, he says, I will be what I would be. That name is important. Would address that name as well. So there was a transition that happened, and I would explain that. I'm not going to Auntie Nanaya, the reason why I didn't comment on Divine Prospect's conclusions is because I'm sticking to a historical context. I'm all historical, so I give you the historical data, what happened. I'm not trying to smoothen the I'm not saying that's what he's doing, but I'm not trying to explain the different interactions there. No. Madam Alida.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
When Miss Cynthia was just talking, what came to mind was when a mother has a baby, well before the baby can ever talk, she knows what he needs and comes to him and aids him, nurtures him, feeds him, without him calling her a name.
Yes.
Now, he doesn't talk till later on.
Correct.
So it is that if we call the Creator a different name or don't call him a name at all, he already knows. It's internal as our Father, as our Mother, as our caretaker, as our God, to come to our needs, whether we can verbalize them or not, whether we can call him by a name or not. He would not be who he is if we had to call him first to tell him or notify him what we needed. He already knows that, so it is that we don't have to call him anything.
Correct.
And just tell him what it is that we need. We can just even think it without ever saying a word out loud, or it could just be a mental thing. But it's like having a small child, and I think we all are small children right now, because the little bit that we know, and the little bit that we've been told, and the lies and the myths and the misconceptions keep us childish and juvenile. And so we say a lot of things that don't mean anything, because we don't know what they don't. We don't know what to say.
Correct.
So it is, we've been calling them the wrong name, acting and doing all manners of craziness, because it's all we know, and it's all we've been taught, and we have been taught some horrendous lies in the name of truth. And I'm an old head, and I sat here today, and you just as soon as knocked me out with your fist today. It was just that mind-boggling to finally know what all this means and how to dissect it all.
Correct.
I feel like a newborn baby today, so I guess that's why I made that comment. We don't need to say anything sometimes, because I don't think we even know what the world to do, what the world to say, and what the world to call him, and what the world to talk about.
Correct.
I'm overwhelmed.
Yeah. When I talk about a transition, the name would look at the name. There was a reason why when he introduced himself to Moshe, he said, I will be. He says, I will be what I will. There's a reason. He is a deity that deals with time, with process, and would look at how powerful that thought was. That was an invention that was mind-blowing in its day. We'll look at that. We'll look at that into details. So please hang on. Please, I would put this all together. It's good that you gave me the feedback you gave me this week. That's why I've changed my style to break it down into pieces and then give the whole picture. But let me conclude and then we'll come back. There's a lot more. Let me say this in 2 minutes and then we come back to all the other questions and comments. So, the Canaanites' root of Israel's ancestors are clear. There shouldn't be any debate. Like I said, the Hebrew language itself is essentially Canaanite. If you go back far enough, you cannot make the distinction between the two. Now, the Canaanite god, El Elyon, was, from the biblical text, the god of Israel's earliest ancestor. We've established that. So where does Yud He Vav He come from? What do we know about El? El is the chief deity of the Canaanites. El has a son called Baal. We'll look at all of them next week. And he has another son called what? El has a son called Baal. We know him. What is the name of his other son?
Is it
Beelzebub?
No.
Beelzebub?
No.
It's young.
No. What is the name of the other son of El Elyon? Not Balaam. I'm looking for a specific one.
I can't think right now, Rebecca. I thought he had a daughter too.
Correct, yes. Baal has a sister, yeah?
Let me see. I know he had wife, Asherah. Oh man, I didn't write that down. Okay.
Give me, I'm looking for the name of one of his sons that we should all know.
His son Dagon?
Nope, that's not what I'm looking for.
Oh.
To me, it's some.
No. I also want to say it. I'm not reading it from the chat. I also want to say it.
No, just tell it, Rabbi. Just tell it.
Toya, you just put a little sign there. Could you say it?
There are correct answers in the chat. I'm not saying it. Someone says it.
Who put that? What?
El has a son called Baal and another son that we know, and his name is?
There you go. Baal Safan?
No. Yud Hey Vav Hey. Why was it so difficult for people to say that?
Because they didn't want to say it, Rabbi.
Because you was making me nervous. I put it in the chat, but you had me nervous. I didn't know what to do.
Yeah, that's why I said I wasn't reading the chat.
I'm getting dizzy. Could you just say? Come on, could you just say what you just?
Yeah, I'll repeat it. I'll repeat it.
He's a chief leader of the Canaanites, and he had a son called Bel.
Yeah, he has another one called Yud Hey Vav Hey.
Oh my goodness.
But hold on, Rabbi. If we worship in Yud Hey, isn't there something wrong with that? Being that he's a son, or is he based on Canaanite understand, or this is from the Ugaritic text?
Yes, we're looking at the Canaanite. We're looking at Canaan, our roots. When you see, so let me say it a little bit from next week. What we knew about the Canaanite was solely from the Bible. And the Bible does not speak well about the Canaanites. So historically, we couldn't use the Bible to really say that this is what we know about Canaan. We couldn't. Well, lo and behold, archaeology brought us the Ugaritic text, which tells us about the Canaanites. And in there, we got a huge revelation. I don't have to justify what I'm saying from the Ugaritic text. I will justify it from our own text. Even though I can prove it all day from the Ugaritic text. We'll do that next week. So, like I'm saying, don't worry about this. I would explain a transition that takes place historically, and I'll make sense of everything. We are not there yet. You cannot make any decisions based on what you're hearing today. Take it as just information. Don't be heartbroken at all. There's no need to. So,
Who's the eldest?
there's no eldest yet. They're all young. They're all young. But that is a next week. That is a next week question.
Okay. I was about to say, let me shut my mouth there. I was about to say, wait a minute.
That's a next week question. So let me conclude, and then we can go back and forth. El is the chief deity of the Canaanites. He has a son called Baal. He has another son called Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh. Can I prove this easily? Deuteronomy 32. Listen carefully. When Elion, this is the pantheon, the chief deity of the Canaanites, look at what he's doing. When Elion gave nations their lot, the chief deity of Israel is giving, sorry, let me take that back. The chief deity of the Canaanite is doing this. He's giving nations their lot. When he separated the sons of man, he set up boundaries. He set up boundaries of people according to the number of the children of Israel, because Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh's portion is his people Jacob, the lot of his inheritance.
What? Okay. Where the Bible goes? Hold on 1 second. This specific reading is from the Masoretic text. If we go back and we don't use the Masoretic text and we use the LXX, that last verse says he set up the boundaries of people according to the number of the sons of El.
Now we come next week. We'll look at the sons of El. We look at the divine council. We look at the divine family. I'll take you there. El has sons. El Elyon has sons. We know of Baal. Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh is one of his sons. He's dishing out territories. And he gives, according to the Deuteronomist, if he's making it up or not. But what he's saying, he's telling us something. The territory that Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh got was given to him by the chief deity of the Canaanite, El Elyon. So Deuteronomy 32, 8 to 9 casts Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh in the role of one of the sons of El. The passage presents an order in which each deity received its own nation. Israel was the nation that Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh received. It also suggests, one second, let me do this so that you can see it. It also suggests that Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh, originally a warrior god from Sinai, Paran, Edom, Teman, was known separately from El at an early point in Israel history. Perhaps due to the trade with Edom, with Midian, Yah entered secondarily into the Israelite highland region and their religion as well. But where did he come from? He came from somewhere, and he was given Israel. how is it that now Yud He Vav He is the pantheon deity and we've rejected El altogether? That would be next week.
This is what I was asking you, Rabbi. I'm sorry to jump in.
No, I'm
Because
done.
if we
Go
hit
ahead.
holding on Yud He Vav He, isn't that the same thing that the Canaanites were doing with Baal, where they pretty much disregard El and was just praying to Baal the whole time? So aren't we pretty much doing the same thing that the people that we're speaking against were doing?
Yes. So yes and no, because there was Baal became the dominant deity. So Baal, there was a transition from worshiping El to Baal. So when that transition happened, even though El was also still prominent, but he would have been classified as an old god. Now the children are taking over pretty much. That is why you see a transition, especially when you read the Baal cycle, when he defeats death, and he dies and resurrects yearly. Would understand that next week. But there was a transition where now Baal became the dominant deity that was worshipped, and something like that happens with Yud He Vav He as well.
Yeah. Oh, so you need to reintroduce us to El then.
Yeah, we're looking at next week. This is just the foundation I'm building up to show you. Now next week we'll look at El. We'll look at El. We'll look at his consort. We'll look at Baal and his sister. We'll look at Yud He Vav He and ask: did Yud He Vav He have a wife? Was there a Mrs. Yud He Vav He? I would argue yes, and I'll prove it in the text. And
I was just about to say that in the chat. I promise you, I want to talk about the wife. I want to talk about the divorce. I want all the tea next week, okay?
I would present it all. So we see why well, Mr. David is why we're here today. We blame him. Why we're here today is because someone asked a question. Someone asked a historical question. And to answer that question, I had to do pure historical, archaeological data. That's why we're here. And what I'm doing is not for you to lose your faith. Not at all. Not one bit. I'm showing you where we came from, the transitions, and where we are today, so that we have a better understanding when we say Yud He Vav He, who is now our pantheon chief deity. How did this happen? How did the transition happen? When you meet another Israelite, especially those on the coast of West Africa, and you see a pantheon of deities, you should not be alarmed. You should not throw stones at them and say they are idol worshippers. What you don't understand is that when they migrated, there wasn't this Yahwism, this monotheism. It wasn't that at all. It wasn't there. So they've kept traditions that predates this monotheism stuff. Are they wrong? You cannot say that. Because if you go way back, hey, there were altars, there were sacrifices, there were blood. They're still doing this because they come from the north. Okay. So these classes or these lectures are supposed to bring clarity rather than confusion. The confusion comes when we hold certain theological positions that may necessarily not be accurate. That is where I think the friction is coming from. You know, because somebody doesn't hold somebody says I'm Hebrew, and they have this pantheon, this list, this hierarchy, and they may not be monotheist, and maybe we are, we kind of shade them. The text writes against them. That's the South. The North, they were exclusive Yahwehs. There was no problem with altars where the Levites offer sacrifices for people. You go through the text, it goes all the way to the times of Abraham. But the South writes against it when they were pushing this exclusive, not inclusive, exclusive Yahwism. And that kind of monotheism just came, it was birthed during the time of the exile, and that is what went into the Phariseeism, Second Temple Judaism, and what we have all come to believe. But that was not the starting point. And it's good to know that. I would explain the transition that took place. I would do that historically so you would understand it. Now you're well informed, and I think that would bring better growth. And some of the statements that we make, looking down on other people because they're Egyptian, because they are Hamites, they are not from Shem, they can.
Yeah,
Rabbi,
that just becomes pointless now.
Yes, yes.
That just erased a whole lot of strife, for the lack of a better word, because now,
Whole lot of hate.
yeah, it's like, well, what's even the point? Like, don't even argue with me about that, man. Like, that's so insignificant, and you're pretty much arguing against yourself at that point. Oh my God. All right, never mind.
Yes. So, questions, contributions, additions.
Yeah, will we talk about L's revenge?
It depends on how deep you guys want us to go.
L's revenge against Baal, and why Yahweh is going after Baal.
You gotta go as deep as you can, Rabbi. We're not, facts over feelings right now, man. We're not trying to hold nothing back. Nothing, please. Spare nothing, man. Just teach everything you need to teach.
El has his son Yah on the loose against Baal. That's why he's saying to destroy these other nations.
So, yes.
Yeah, go ahead. Even if it takes 2-3 weeks, because
Mr. D,
information is more important.
Mr. D, I'm going to call on you to do Proverbs. Mr. D, I call on you to do Proverbs in 2 weeks.
Yes. I want people to think about this. The Bible is written as a mystery book. And what happens is this, is that if you're trying to figure out something too early, it doesn't make any sense.
True.
What he's showing you is that pieces to the puzzle are being added bit by bit.
Yes.
The problem is we think we have all the pieces.
That's true.
We do not. So what happens as you put the pieces together, it starts to make much more sense.
Correct.
The problem is we've been so deceived to think that we have it all.
That's
when
true.
in reality, we have very few of the pieces.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah. It's a big picture. I mean, this whole God concept is a huge, huge picture. You see, these people found themselves in a world that they were trying to explain. I'm trying to explain the heavens. Where did we come from? And they did their best with these myths to explain their world, their universe, at that time. And it's evolved. It's supposed to. It's evolved, and this is the form that we have it today. But to really understand the form we have it today, we have to journey all the way back. And going back means that we have to leave our 21st century mindset terminology, concepts, ideas, scientific theories, and enter into their world. And when you see someone bow down to a statue, the person is not stupid at all. We would think, what's wrong with this guy? But no, in their time, you had to. You really had to. What else did you have? Okay. So that is what is happening in the text. And we have to appreciate it. See, like I said, when the ancients say something is holy, the text is inspired. It doesn't mean that the text does not change. It's because it's inspired. That's why you change it so that it fits into every generation. All of this thing that we're doing, we're challenging the status quo. Somebody will see it. Well, we live in a time where there's information, a lot of information, so we should take old things and try to justify them, try to prove them. Our children who are more advanced than we are, they are coming right behind us. They may take what we thought we've decoded and laugh at us and say, I cannot believe you believed this. Why? More discoveries, more understanding. So every generation has to do what we're doing. Look at the past. Try to reconcile it. Try for it to make sense. Try to get clarity. There's nothing wrong with that. And it should not affect your faith. You cannot change it. You are Hebrew. You can say, okay, I don't believe in this book again. You're still Hebrew. That is our book. You might as rather understand it than throw it away. No. It's maybe one of these days I'll take a session and do myth. We'll look at the myths. I liked myth. When I was in school, I liked myth. I studied a lot of myths around the world, and they all try, you see, it's fascinating. They're all trying to answer the same questions that everyone else is trying to answer. This God thing, where we came from, all of that. And everyone has their own theory. I think if we take it all and we merge it all together, I think we get a better picture than to say the Indians are wrong. This is wrong. Nah. We all have a piece of the puzzle. That's what I think.
Yeah, learning this is wow. But it doesn't, for me, it can't weaken my faith because all it's doing is giving clarity as to who I am and where I came from.
Yes.
So there's no way, I don't see how this is going to weaken it at all unless someone is looking at it from a different perspective. This is gold right here because every culture, nation has their own traditions. I mean, when I used to, throughout school, they're teaching me Greek mythology and I'm laughing at them like, this makes no sense.
True.
For the first time in my life, I'm learning Hebrew mythology, like something that pertains and directly affects me. So even from a theological standpoint, this is making everything stronger because now I have a better identity as to who I am and where I came from.
Correct.
David, but I'm gonna play on the other side. I see how this will weaken a person's belief, and this is how it weakens it. When you take the Bible theological standpoints as true, and you don't historically rectify those theological standpoints. So, for example, there are people that really believe Moses parted the Red Sea, right? But then when you come to actual history, you find out, hey, that might be different. So what happens is it breaks what we call faith, which I don't believe it's faith, it's infatuation, because we're infatuated with the stories. So
it breaks your belief in the heroism that Moses parted the Red Sea. You know what I mean? So you have people that will walk away because they cannot deal with the fact that these myths and these allure stories that you were taught as a child may not hold weight historically when you come to the historical record. You know what I mean? So you can't have a divide in between the two. Now, what should happen, as we have taken, is okay, it's nice, but that doesn't change us from being Hebrews. Our ancestors were Hebrews. Regardless, every culture had myths and things of that nature, and they went out of their way to preserve our identity. That's what we should be appreciating most. Not the Torah, not this other thing, but the fact that if you look at it historically, under the great scrutiny they were under. I mean, immense scrutiny. Do you still see the Hittites? Do you still see the Amorites? You don't see them anywhere, but you still see the Hebrews. Why? Because they went through great things to try to preserve their identity, and it worked. That's where we should be looking at the text from.
Nah, I feel you, man, because that's the standpoint I was coming from. I was coming from a very dogmatic standpoint, like, yo, this is all true. Like, the Old Testament, you can't tell me nothing wasn't true. Yeah, the sea was parted. Yes, they did. And they all walked through it. Me too. You know what I mean? Like, all of this was true. But I guess it's the way Rabbi, or the fact that I'm hearing it from one of us, because had I went to school or went through what Rabbi went through and some teacher was standing up there telling me this, or I was on the street corner talking with somebody and they was telling me this, yeah, I'd take a book and be like, I don't need this no more, I'm good. You know, but I guess it's just hearing it from one of our own, put it in the context that he put it in, is why I'm looking at it from an angle of this is helping, as opposed to I need to get away from this book, you know?
Guys, you know what, guys, I have to say, I know what you guys are saying, but I have to say that it's not as easy and straightforward as that for many people. I mean, even when I hear you, Jason, say, you know, these myths and folklore, I kind of flinch. Oh, I have to flinch because even that burns me.
Listen, it's tough to grip with. You're absolutely. This is the thing that I went through. Like, when I realized that it wasn't real, I had to go back and rationalize, because I got my wife and 5 kids. We grew up believing this stuff. So now I got to go back as the leader and be like, okay, guys, well, guess what? Let's rethink this stuff. So, like, me and my wife was in, like, spiritual purgatory for like a year and a half. Like, when we came into the knowledge of this stuff. So I totally understand. It is very, very hard, because you got to think, we've been indoctrinated so long. When have we ever been able to truly, honestly, freely think? This is why most kids, when they go to college, they leave the faith. Why? Because they find out that it's a bunch of dogma. It's like the 62% rate of them leaving the faith. So that means out of every 10 kids that step in college, 7 of them will walk away. Why? Because they find out that it's dogma.
Oh,
it's dogma.
Do you know what, Jason? What you're saying is so right, because I know this might sound a bit weird, but I wish used to look at our pastors. They always used to look guilty all the time. Like, their eyes just be all kind of shifty. Like, you know, you ask them a question, they try to dodge it. Do you know what I'm saying? And it just helped, because the denomination that we come from, they are very keen on history. They say very keen on being learned. You know, I came from an Adventist background, so it's not like you just pop up and just start talking whatever. They will go in, Do you know what I'm saying? But it's not like just fly away. So for me to hear this, and I do remember some of them coming out of seminary and sort of, oh, so you believe in Jesus? And I think, what are you talking about? You believe Jesus did all that? And they looked at me like one of my friends that actually said that at the house. He just came out and and he looked away and he didn't want to say nothing. So I don't know whether they've got some kind of agreement where they don't speak about it. But they always kind of came across quite shifty to me. Like they couldn't look at you in the eye properly, some of them. They just couldn't, it was just something that wasn't quite right. I don't know, maybe it was just me.
Look on the screen. I'm going to put a song that we used to sing in school when we were kids. And I want you to explain the last word to me. It says, "Gone are the days when my heart was young and gay."
Happy.
You can't put that today.
Okay.
That's the original meaning. The word means happy.
Okay.
It means happy, yeah.
Correct. So.
That's what, yeah. It's like the rainbow is,
Correct.
a rainbow.
Correct. You know, I don't sing this song today. Can someone tell me why?
Because they have changed the meaning.
Correct.
And that's also the reason why there's so much confusion.
Correct. It's difficult for
that's
me.
The reason why that.
Mr. D, go ahead. Go ahead.
They have changed the meaning of words, and they've done it on purpose. So one of our problems is we believe a lie, thinking it's true. We've been deceived about all types of stuff.
Yeah.
So when you start to hear something that's contrary to what you have been taught, it hurts. And you have to go through stages. The first stage is, how could I be so stupid? you blame yourself. And then the second stage is, you realize, wait a minute, someone taught me this. Were they deceived? Yes. But then you realize, wait a minute, some of them weren't. They did it on purpose. And that's the problem. But there's stages you're going to have to go through. And that's the reason why he doesn't sing it anymore, because it doesn't mean the same thing as it used to. But the sad part is, gay really does still mean happy. It's only on modern definition.
Correct.
You know what? I think it's a bereavement. I think I'm going through the stage of denial first. It's the stage of bereavement. You go through denial, then you go through the anger, and then you go through all that stuff. So it's a death, really, process that you're going through. That's how I see it. But I think I'm just like, I'm still finding it difficult, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm still finding it difficult that these things are a myth.
Okay, Madam Cynthia, hang on 1 second with that statement. I'm going to put something on the screen again, and I'm going to have you choose. Give me 1 second. It's coming right now. I am doing my color coding here, and then okay. Now look on the screen. It's coming. Look at the definition of myth. Which one do you hold as the definition today?
I would have said I hold number 2.
Okay.
That's what I would have held for, number 2.
Correct. And you see, that is the problem. The original meaning of myth is not number 2, it's 1. Number 2 is now what myth means for the 21st century mind. But when the ancient people talked about myth, they meant number 1. So just as...
Rabbi, I was going to say, we used to say legend here in the United States.
Correct.
That number 1 was, we actually used the word legend.
Correct. See, so just as gay meant happy, jolly, and we used to sing it as a kid. I sang it all day. Gone are the days when my heart was young and gay, gone with friends from the cotton fields away. Well, when I came to this part of the world, I couldn't sing this again because gay doesn't mean only happy, it means something else. So I'm programmed, and anytime I sing this song and I get there, I just keep quiet and I continue the next verse. The same with myth. We think that myth is a widely held but false belief or idea. That is what we think about it today. When the ancient used myth, to them it was a traditional story, especially one concerning the early history of a people or explaining some natural or social phenomenon, and typically involving supernatural beings or events. So myths are not false beliefs in the ancient Near East. No. And that is the problem that we are having, is defining these terms. So when I say Genesis 1 to 11 is a myth, I'm not saying that they are false. You cannot ask that question about a myth. We all know what a myth is. We're trying to explain why there are so many different tongues, different languages on the earth. Oh, it's the Tower of Babel. Is that accurate? Why are there so many people on the earth? Oh, what would you call it? Something of nations. Table of nations. We have Shemites, we have Hamites, we have... No. Mohammed Bello wouldn't call himself a Hamite. He doesn't know what that word is. Our book is the one trying to explain these things. And it's myth. Not that they are false, but they're explaining things that things that they live with, things that they are trying to understand. So when I say myth, or when we say myth, we have to check the definition. Most people go to number 2 because of how the word has changed or morphed, or how we've come to define it. But in its original context, no, they were not widely held false belief or ideas, not at all. They were true to the people. It explained things to them. And we have taken their thoughts, what they believed, and we've inherited it. We may disagree with them scientifically, historically, archaeologically, biologically. We can disagree because we are more advanced, but that doesn't make them wrong. Just wanted to help with the definitions.
Rabbi, so the story of Zeus is true in its day?
Yes, the story of deities fighting, Zeus, Heracles, quick one answer, Utnapishtim, all of those people. Yeah.
That's the conclusion I came to. That's what made it so easy for me to, I guess, not even to accept, but just to understand and to put this in its proper place. At first, when you started, I was struggling with this, man. I'm like, yo, he's taking God out of everything I once believed in. Like, what's going on here? But the more you sit back and think about it, like, every culture has this. Every culture has their own explanation as to how things came about.
Correct.
The only difference is they took ours and made religion, churches, institutions, they made the whole world out of it.
Correct.
Not so in its right form. They took it, twisted it up, and made it to whatever they wanted, taught the whole world it. So to hear you come back and tell us now, like, no, look, this is our tradition, or for the lack of a better word, this is our myth. shook me at first, but now when you put it in its proper context, it's like, yo, we're no different than it. Everybody has theirs. This is ours. I no longer need to hold on to what the Greeks believe. I no longer need to hold on to what the Romans believe. Yo, I have my own. Look, it's right here. And I can sit down with my son now and be like, look, this is who we are. This is where we came from. This is what we believe. This is fire right here. I'm thoroughly enjoying this now that I understand how to put it in its right context and how to look at it.
Rabbi, on a lighter note, really quick, for those of us who play video games, such as myself, now when I go back and play God of War, this is going to make so much more sense now.
Correct.
Rabbi,
Anthony,
you know what the hardest thing about this is?
No.
You don't, when you come into this knowledge, you don't have a local congregation to interact with. You're pretty much out there.
Correct.
You know?
Correct.
And it's like, you can't go to a church with this. You can't go to a synagogue with this. You can't go to a mosque with this. Because all three would beat the living you know what out of you. So what do you do for local, and you can't even talk to people about this without them looking at you cross-eyed. So what do you do? It really puts you in, it isolates you in a way.
It does. It does. And depending on how you were raised, how, pardon me to say, indoctrinated one was, it's difficult to actually accept the view or, to make peace with it. And then when you make peace with it, usually there's no one to share this with, no one to dialogue. No. And like I said, if it wasn't Mr. David, you wouldn't hear me say anything. Madame Toy had noticed that I was holding back. I know she kept saying, don't hold back. Rabbi, she noticed it because I'll pause and I just move on, because there's a lot you would want to say, but then you have to be careful who you're saying it to if they are ready, because the goal is not to have someone lose their faith, but the goal is to reintroduce the text and say, hey, let's look carefully at it. Sometimes there's no one to speak to about it. Just hold it in. Sometimes you just listen to what people have got to say, and you don't say anything.
I have people praying for me to come back to Yeshua right now. So, and it's, I mean, you look all around. It's either Yeshua or Judaism or Islam, or the far out one has joined the Sikhs. I don't know. It puts you in an isolated place.
It does.
And you see the Yeshua people thriving. They have their communities, they have their organizations, they have their support groups, they have all of this.
Yes.
And when you come into something like this, and you okay, this is the truth, and it's like, okay, now, yeah, this is the truth, but I'm in the wilderness.
Yep.
I'm in the desert right now. And there seems to be, I see a vulture or two flying overhead, but I just don't know why. It's so isolating, my goodness. Because you can't go back to what you left. You can't. After hearing like this, you can't go back. But,
so is this class really that? Now you understand what the class is so important?
Can I say something?
This is the whole point behind it, is that.
Yes, Mr. D, finish your thought and then Madam Cherie would come in.
Yes. No, I want to thank David and I want to thank Akwetey for actually opening up because this has been hidden from years from us. This class is so much more important than people realize. I honor him for what he said. I thank him. I really do. But this class is very important because most of us are isolated by ourselves because we're actually seeking the truth on our own. So when you can come together with someone else and express yourself, your questions, it is a relief. This is a wonderful, wonderful thing. And I encourage you, ask your difficult questions. You will get answers. But the last part is this. It was never supposed to be about religion. It was always supposed to be about relationship. I'm going to give you a quick example. I think prayer is a one-way street. But prayer is supposed to be a two-way street, which means you asking answers or it speaks to you and you reply. But most people just think prayer is one way. But it's a two-way because it's supposed to be a relationship. So, go to him. He answers your questions. Some of the answers that I've asked took 20 years to answer. But once I started to get them, they started to roll in. And they're rolling every day. I am so thankful for Akwetey, the class, because of what what we live in this year, this time. Answers that have been hidden are coming to light. And most people don't realize this. All these contradictions, I'll say it this way. There's a answer to every question, a solution to every problem. The test is, will you wait on the answer?
Correct. That's why, Mr. D, I like calling it difficulties. My wife is like, why don't you call it contradictions? I'm like, I call it difficulties because maybe down the road our children are going to come and they're going to explain why these difficulties are there. So I like using the word difficulties in the text. Rightfully so.
Rabbi.
Yes. Mr. Jason, 1 second.
Rabbi,
Madam Cherie has
okay,
to.
what?
Madam Cherie wants to say something, and then you come back in, Mr. Jason. Madam Cherie.
Oh, it's okay. I kind of said what I was going to say in the chat. Just, you know how difficult I was finding it, trying to reconcile everything. But I think that as our minds open more and we are able to accept the reality, then the Most High, I don't even know what, I'm still not decided. I think I'm Team L, but I'm still not decided on a name. More people kind of get drawn into your circle who kind of help you on your journey. And that's what I was saying to one of the sisters in the Scholars Chat this week, that if you're not ready to take this stuff on yet, then that's okay, because you kind of get met where you are, and all of us are on a different journey. For some people, then the theological side is still where they're going to be at, and they might never really accept this side of things, and that's not necessarily their assignment this time round. Whereas for other people, then this is their assignment. I think all of us that are here, then this is part of our assignment in this lifetime that we're living in right now, and we're here, like you said, so that the next generation can have an easier time moving forward, and can have an easier time uniting and taking our heritage forward as well. So it is difficult. It's difficult to reconcile it, especially when you felt like you left something behind and that you were on the right path. But I think we are all still on the right path. I think it's just a matter of being willing to unlearn things and to let go of things. And that's why the WhatsApp group is important. I'm not very good at group chat, so I only kind of interact every now and again. But the WhatsApp group and being able to come into class and have the question and answers, it just helps a lot. It is really helpful. So thank you, Rabbi, for hosting all of this and sharing the information with us. But also thank you to everybody else for your contributions and your support and your questions and everything, because it's made the world of difference to me.
You're very welcome. Very welcome. Very welcome. Mr. Jason, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's certain information can be harmful. And what I mean by harmful is it's just that we're made to believe things that was written and developed from someone's idea. And a lot of times we've been taking those things as holy and you can't challenge them and it's from God. But then when you get to the backside of things and you start reading and going through things and stuff like that, it kind of puts you in a place of like oblivion spiritually. I understand it. I've been there myself. Because it's like, well, what now? So he didn't raise from the grave? He didn't die for my sins? Am I really a sinner? Like, you go, all these questions and things of that nature start to go through your head. But what I found is that the more that you study and the more we release the dogmas, it becomes easier. And now it seems like the Bible or the Torah is in the place it should be. It is the book of our ancestors. That's why we believe it. Not necessarily for every little bit and piece that comes in there, because what happens is those things have to go through theological points for you to believe, oh, you're special, you're chosen. Well, other people's doctrines say that too. A question that I had a while ago, and I asked the pastor, and it started making me think. I said, because it was like, Jesus is the way to go. He's the truth, the light, things of that nature. And that's what I believed at that point in time. I said, but what happens when somebody dream of Muhammad and Muhammad saved them? What happens when somebody dream of Buddha and Buddha heals them? Like, that was a question I asked my pastor. And his response was, well, that's just Jesus working through what they believe. It didn't sit right with me. It didn't make any sense. So I kind of started asking more questions. And then the more questions I asked led me to the place to where I'm at now. And it makes sense. The God of the Bible is a personal deity. He is the deity to the Hebrew people. That's why he always declares to us that he is the God of the Hebrew people. He don't say he's the God of humanity. We make those claims. When he is talking to Israel, he says, I'm the God of Israel. Israel is my son. So we get to see that, other people have their place, we have our place, and we could just be comfortable with that. But the problem is that we've been so accustomed to domination. Like, oh no, we have to take over this place because they believe this and they going to hell. They scared us with all these antics that are just not real. You don't find hell in the Old Testament. Where you find it at? It doesn't exist. You know what I mean? So they try to use all these scare tactics and stuff on us. But I think when you come into this side of the text, it's really freeing.
Awesome. Mr. Ralph, Shabbat Shalom, sir.
I didn't get to hear all the time because I'm working, but I understand.
Awesome.
I've been doing isolation for my family a long time since I was young.
Oh, wow.
So being isolated now, I love it. My family wouldn't understand it, but I love it.
Oh.
When I was young, I would isolate myself in my room in the pitch dark and just stay there and think about the world, think about life. I would do that so often at a young age. Now that you have brought this to life, I can separate. People might not believe this, but I can separate Jesus Christ from Yahshua. Because Jesus Christ was made up by man. So that he can have authority over other people.
Nice.
And Yahshua was the real deal. drag them around so that they can seem like they are superior than everybody else. And that was the reason why Jesus Christ came abroad. So I can say that now. I can't tell my family that. Because that makes me crazy. But I've been thinking that way for the longest. But now I can say it twice. But I love this isolation. I love it. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Very welcome.
Shabbat shalom, everybody. Real quick, if you know what I'm saying, for everybody that's in the class, you know what I'm saying, if it was a way, man, I love talking. You feel like you need to talk to somebody? Listen here, man. I love talking. I'll be here for any one of y'all. You know what I'm saying? If there's a way to get emails or whatever, listen here, man. You need somebody to talk about the subject matter that you talk about. Listen here, I'll be here for any one of y'all brothers and sisters. I'm just gonna let that be known right now.
Awesome. Mr. CJ, don't say anything about Constantine. Go ahead.
Shabbat shalom, everybody.
Shabbat shalom.
I'm just so glad to be here. My mind has been getting more blown over the last month than I thought could even be possible. I still have a lot of questions. I do appreciate the scholarly and academic approach because I do feel like that is where I will be able to get whatever kind of truth I need to further govern the daily affairs of my life, because that's what I'm seeking, wisdom, concerning these matters. I'm still not, I don't know what to do with the whole Yod Hey Vav Hey El situation at this point, but I feel that the ultimate divine being will have mercy on me in that regard. And so I'm just looking for answers like that, man. Like, who am I supposed to call God? Is God God? Do I need to be
that's
like
a deep question.
You know what I'm saying? Like things like that. Like, I definitely feel like there's truth in the book. There are definitely gems for life and daily living.
Correct.
I understand now what was being done with the creation of the book.
Correct.
And I'm just trying to get a better grip on how to take all of this information and use it to navigate through this life.
Correct. Yes.
And I just wanted to put that out there, and again tell you thank you very much. And I'm just looking for guidance and answers on things like that.
Yes. Yes.
I'm sitting at the house. I'm a sun up to sundown Sabbath keeper, so I'm not buying or selling. I'm waiting to sundown. Like, is this necessary? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just trying to get all of the pieces I need, because I don't think that I'm gonna be able to dot all the I's and cross all the T's. But I do believe if I'm close enough to the river, when it swells up, then my boat will be able to go wherever the Most High, let's call him that right now, is supposed to be taken, if that's understandable.
Yes, definitely. I mean, deep questions. Some questions that honestly I would still have. I mean, the questions are endless. There are some things we don't have answers to. We will not have answers to. Like I said, even the JEDP hypothesis doesn't really answer all of these questions. That is the closest that we have gotten to, which makes sense to us now. Maybe down the street, down the road, the next generation or 2 generations from now, a century from now, it will become even clearer to those who are still living, and more discoveries have been made. So what we have here is what we've made peace with. Like I said, I've had a long time to deal with this, and I've made peace with a lot of things. I've thrown a lot of things away. And how I look at the text based on questions asked, based on what game I'm playing, you know. And like I said, if it's theology, I mean, I can give a very good class to, what do you call it? What's the word I'm using? I'm looking for what the priest, to harmonize all of this, because the rules are different. What I'm trying to get out of the text is different. That is a different way to read the text. That some of what I've noticed doing this for a bit is when you're teaching historical, archaeological, some questions that come are theological. And you cannot answer those questions in a historical setting. Like, what's his name? Bart Ehrman will say, which I agree with, you cannot give historical information of the divine. There are no answers because history cannot answer such questions. One has to come out of the text, of the historical, and enter theological and answer those questions from theological perspective. So it's good to know which game, where the question fits. And I must say this, because it's the theological doesn't make it wrong. Because the answer is a historical one doesn't make it more correct or more accurate than the theological. No, they're two different worlds, two different rules, and you cannot blur the lines. So we should know that. I'll make sure that I emphasize that and I teach, I make that known as we go on. Because something is theologically accepted doesn't mean that it's historically accepted. Because something is historically true doesn't mean that theologically it makes a theological point null and void. No. When it comes to theology, we'll get there. It's a whole different ball game, whole different rules. I mean, the sky's the limit, how you can interpret a text.
Can you explain the rules between the two so that the audience will understand better?
Yes, historical is dealing with fact. So, for example, if I want a historical analysis of Yeshua, did Yeshua have a Passover meal or did he not? John says he did not. I think the book of John. I think the synoptics say he did. Because when he was having the meal, John has him on the cross. It cannot be either or from a historical perspective. Did he have it or not? Because he cannot be on the cross if he's having it. That is a historical. When I ask a historical question, now I have to say that John was wrong. Yeshua indeed had a Passover meal. Okay. Can I say that from a theological perspective that John was wrong? Theologically, no. Because John is focusing on certain things. John is drawing his theology way differently than the synoptic gospels. John doesn't care about history. He doesn't care about time and date. No. He's taking something that happened historically and he's getting some truth from it. Something to live his life by. So accuracy is not something that you look for in theology. Like the example that I made. So for example, when Nicodemus comes to Yeshua and John paints the picture that Nicodemus didn't know what born again was. And he poses a question and Nicodemus says, when Yeshua says you have to be born again, well, let me change that. It's not born again, it's born from above. That is what it means, not born again. He says you have to be born from above. And Nicodemus says that, do I have to enter into my mom's stomach to be born again? And Yeshua says, we speak about things that we know. And are you the teacher of Israel and you don't know these things? So the text is portraying that Nicodemus was ignorant about these things. That is theologically acceptable, because what John is doing theologically is showing that Yeshua is more Torah, it's a better Torah scholar than the Pharisees. Okay. That is what John is portraying. That is theologically. Historically, there's an issue. There is no way the conversation happened how John said it happened. Why is that? In the Greek, John is using doublets. He's using words. Oh, Madam Erica, I'm recording the audio, not the PowerPoint. I'm recording the audio, not the PowerPoint of it. So yes, I'm recording. Thank you so much for observing that. Okay. Yeah. So what John is doing is, so the conversation couldn't have happened like that. In the Greek, John is using words that have dual meanings. I believe the Greek word is anothen. Anothen can mean born from above or born from your mother's womb. It has two meanings. So the Greek has two meanings. So in the Greek, when Yeshua says you have to be anothen, the author, that is John, has Nicodemus choose the wrong meaning from the two meanings. So Nicodemus says, do you mean that I have to go into my mother's stomach and be born? And Jesus says, no, it's the other meaning, born from above. I hope I'm explaining it well. You have a word that has two meanings. And when you say you have to be anothen, the person you're talking to has to choose which of the two meanings you're referring to. So Nicodemus chooses one of the meaning of the word. That means that you have to be born from a woman. And Yeshua says, no, that's not what I mean. I mean you have to be born from above. So it's the other meaning. Okay. Well, these two will not be speaking in Greek. They'll be speaking in Aramaic. So take the conversation, put it in Aramaic, and the word that is translated from Aramaic to Greek that has the two meanings doesn't have the double meaning in Aramaic. You see the issue. You bring the when you reconstruct Madam Toy. When you reconstruct the conversation back into the original Aramaic, you don't have that double meaning. It means that John has created that conversation. He did not create it accurately, but he's created the conversation, the encounter, to make a theological point. So that's the difference between theology and then the historical. That's how you can differentiate and say, no, historically, this did not happen as John has portrayed it. Yes, it did happen, but he's used a historical encounter, and out of it, he's made a theological claim. And what he's doing is he's portraying that Yeshua knows more than the Pharisees, and this time Nicodemus. So he's like, are you the chief or the leader, the teacher, and you don't know these things? So I hope you have a kind of idea of the two. From the west side, Galilean Aramaic. Yes, that was what Yeshua would have spoken. Mr. Yesiah. Yes, so Yeshua may have had an accent. That's what Madame Toys. But yes, that is the difference between the two. But Mr. CJ Memphis, we would get there. I think I won't have all the answers. I don't have all the answers. What I have resolved, what I have made peace with, I would share. And then maybe someone here, has answers for all of us as well. Maybe answer some of the questions I still have. So, theologically, yes, the sky is the limit. I mean, people can explain it away. The rules are different, very fluid. That historically, yes, you really have to do very good history. You can't just make things up. And one thing I like about this class is when someone says, I disagree. It gives me so much peace. I don't know. I don't know if you guys feel the same way. It gives me so much peace that someone has been able to gather the courage and say, I disagree. I'm not buying this right now. It's like, nah, I haven't gotten it. It's the atmosphere that I've always craved for. Like an intellectual one where Madam Cynthia can say that, nah, I'm not rocking with this one. And I'm not angry. I ask, so like, okay, explain to us why you're not rocking. Because you see, we're not trying to make you rock with it. It's like, let's share. It's like a college setting. Let's share the information and then let's all say, okay, you know what? I agree with this one. I rock with this one. This one I'm having difficulties. I'm not sold yet. And it gives me so much warmth. When
and you know what makes that easier is because of the how smart this class is. I mean, the intelligence that they put into the WhatsApp, the information that's always provided before the class. Like before this class started this week, there was so much information.
So much information. I'm watching. I'm like, wow.
Yeah, I'm watching videos. I'm reading stuff that that a lot of the members put in. I thought it was excellent. I learned a lot before coming to the class or listening before the class starts. So then you just come in and you just make it even more realist. So now all those questions that we have watching these videos or reading these particular texts that we put in, they kind of get answered through this class. There's still some stepping stones. I mean, this is another part, so I'm going to go and do some research on from L to Yah. Transition. I'm going to go back and look at the other Canaan texts and see what's in there. So.
Yes.
It's excellent. It's an excellent group of people. I'm glad to be a part of this.
Definitely.
And Rabbi,
Mr. Vincent.
And yeah, just like you said, let me back off of that. Like, yeah, that is so true. And then when you go look up these things and read, because the school of thought that I was, made privy to or was taught or heard is, most people say don't go to any sources outside the Bible. The Bible is your only thing. It's all you need is the Bible, the Bible, the Bible. And opening up this new light is just like amazing, and being able to share it with this group of people is just amazing, man. And I really like the foundation that you laid today. It was remarkably very chewable.
Correct.
Nice. I ain't spit nothing out.
Nice. And I noticed you had read ahead. You had this thing, so that makes it more beautiful. It's like, yeah, I know what he's talking about. Okay, now this makes more sense. That's what was from the feedback. That's what was from the feedback. It really helped. I was able to dissect it, and then next week present the details that we all want. And we get clarity, and then we keep going. We keep going. So when we come back to the text where we stopped from, we're going to look at, I think we've got it to the place where Yah is going to say they should construct the tabernacle. That will be the priestly source. So now when I say that this is the P, you understand it. You know what to expect. And then as we go through the chapters, it gets clear. You get an understanding of it. It's remarkable. It's remarkable.
Rabbi.
Rabbi, Akwetey.
Yes, Mr. D, 1 second. Madam Rita, can you go, and then Mr. D comes in?
Okay. I am excited about the class. I'm new to the class. I'm not new to your teaching, but I'm new to the class.
Yes.
And I am grateful because all my life since I was 11, I wanted to know, who am I? Where did I come from? Where did my ancestors come from? And as you unravel the scriptures, the book, the Bible, it gives me that identity.
Yes.
I was telling my sister, I said, I think I've died several times since I started the class, because who I thought I wasn't that person. And I'm coming to know who I am, and I'm so grateful. I'm grateful for the class. I'm grateful for your teaching. I'm grateful for your strength, your determination, that even when people push against you, you push back. You don't just let it be that way, and I'm grateful for that. Just like the other gentleman said, I think it was CJ, I'm still kind of out there with a lot of things, because a lot of the students in the class, they know about the New Testament, they know about Yahshua. I don't. When I came to the truth, we were all the teachings that was out there is, you got to leave everything, you got to not do this, and you got to come away from your family, and you got to do all these things. And it's still mind-boggling to know where how do you divide it? My family, my mother raised us very close-knit. So it's hard to pull away from them when it comes to different things like the celebrations that we grew up with. It's hard to pull away from them. But we were told that's what we needed to do. It's just so many things that I don't know how to rightly divide it. If even the part of the going to hell and the sinning and all, it's just so much. And I think you've unraveled it before I got here, but I'm still stuck, because when I leave the Shabbat class, I'm still wondering, okay, what's okay to do and what's okay not to do? Will y'all be offended if I go to a birthday party, if I go to a barbecue on the 4th of July? All of these things. So it's like trying to unravel my life that I've built to what I should be doing truly. What's right? What's wrong? Is all of it. But I'm grateful to be here, because now I get to unravel a lot of things that I'm new to it. So I don't know how to get in the chat. I don't know about the WhatsApp group. Vincent said he's a talker. Talk to him. I will talk his ears off, because I got so much that I want to be fed, so that I can walk peacefully and know that I'm not offending our deity, our Elohim, our Yah, whoever he is to us. My faith is getting stronger, but the knowing what to do and how to do is still cloudy for me. So that's where I kind of need some guidance. And then it's like when I go to study on my own, I run into a bunch of the Jewish things. So I'm trying to get to the ancient things, and it's always bringing me up to the Judaism and the Jews, and it's like, that's not what I want. So I'm just kind of struggling to get that foundation, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yes, I do. I would say if you have WhatsApp, you can join the WhatsApp group. I think the women on there have another group. They can bring you in, and I mean they are a great resource. I mean they can answer your questions, guide you any concerns. I think you are in good hands if you're able to join the group. And then as we study, like I said, we shouldn't take too much upon us. Take it day by day. Family is family. Family is family. If my cousin invites me to his Christmas party, am I going to go? Absolutely. That is family. He may not understand what he's doing. I'm not going because it's a Christmas party. I'm going because my family member invited me to spend time with them. What do they have on the table? Everybody knows I don't eat shrimp. I don't eat pork. Am I saying you shouldn't make it? No, you can make it. I'm just not going to eat it. But that family union, nothing is going to break that. I don't care what the person believes. Family is family. If my family is having a 4th of July barbecue, they invite me, I am going. Because family is family. We should not substitute, replace anything with family. We say this. We can listen to all these, YouTube ministries and associate ourselves with certain assemblies. But we have a saying, when you transition on, they bring your body back to their family. They don't take it. Nobody in their congregation assemblies will take it. No. The family will come and take responsibility of it because you're family. So those bonds, regardless of what people hold, no. So we shouldn't replace anything. Even if they're idol, you go and they're bound down to an idol, they're still family. I'll excuse you, finish what you're doing. When you're done, let's hang out. Everybody has their path. Everybody has why they're here. Because I found mine, because I say it's Hebrewism, doesn't mean that I condemn what someone else does. I might say that, hey, you may want to check, you may want to read more into what you're doing. But we should.
I mean, that's a great point. I mean, like same thing. If they invite, say they're having Christmas dinner, or like you said, like this, I don't eat pork, I don't eat shrimp. I stay with Leviticus 11. I mean, if they're gonna hold hands in prayer, I don't usually do that. I'll just walk outside and let them do their thing, and basically come back in after they finish praying. They'll ask why, and that'll start a conversation of why that they want to hear it. Then I'll let them know. If they don't, then that's fine. I'll just point some things out to them, and then they can decide from there. But I will let them, if they ask me, I will tell them why I didn't participate in the hand holding of prayer or, eating of the certain food that's laid out on the table.
Correct, yes. Yes, Madam Pamela. Yes, Madam Pamela Jane, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just had a question. I want to follow up with what the gentleman just said about when they pray. So my family is split down the middle. But I always believe that a prayer is a prayer. And whoever is sending it up on my behalf, I'll accept it. I just, this need to understand who you are is a wonderful thing. And I think it's something that we can all gather around and applaud each other for. But if it leaves you out from friends and family, then I think you just gather in a spirit of love. And whomever you're praying to, or whomever is praying on your behalf, I just think it's to your benefit. When I think back to, AME, I just remember that there were so many deities out there, and people still kind of got along, and people respected each other's deity. And I'm not sure why now we have the difficulty respecting another person's belief, or accepting another person's belief. And I think this class has taught me that doctrine has colored so much of people's spirits that they forget that whomever you pray to will meet you on the other side. And I just happen to think that there's just one deity that will bring us all together. I just wanted to add that.
Thank you very much for that, Madam Pamela Jane. A week ago, I was at an event and I was just invited. I wasn't going there in the capacity of a rabbi at all. Someone invited me and then I showed up. And at the end of the event, someone said, "Oh, we have to pray before we go." And then the host, the one who invited me, turns and says, "Oh, we have a rabbi in the house. He's going to pray for us." I'm like, "Oh, come on. I don't want to." I just came to fellowship, just enjoy each other. So I'm like, "Okay, no problem. I'll pray." So I asked my host, "Are they Christians?" He said, "Yes, everybody is Christian." I'm like, "Okay, cool, no problem. I can rock with that." So I prayed, and then at the end I said, "Thank you. In Jesus' name we pray." And everybody said, "Amen." I could see their face. The host, the one who invited me, his face changed. I knew he had a question. No problem. I know he's going to call me. So, driving home, he calls me. He said, "Rabbi." I said, "Yes." He said, "Are you home?" I'm like, "No, I stopped at Smith's." I'm like, "You seem to have a question." He said, "How did you know?" I'm like, "'Cause read it from your face." He said, "I've never heard you end a prayer like that." I said, "Yes, I usually don't." He said, "So why did you do it?" I'm like, "I asked whether they were Christians." He said, "Yes." I said, "Yes. So it's your event, and I'm going to end the event acknowledging whoever you believe in. It's not my event." So he was quiet for a while. He said, "What?" I'm like, "Do you believe in what I believe?" He says, "No." So what business am I doing at your event praying what I believe in? How is that a benefit to you? He said, "Well, it's not." I'm like, "Okay, you asked me to pray at your event. I asked you, what do you believe in? So after I've said my prayer, I acknowledge your deity." He was like confused, completely confused. And I said, "I don't have a problem with Yeshua. I don't have a problem with Allah, Buddha. I have no problem with anyone. That is how you get to this thing that we're all looking for? Sure. The fact that I can hang out, the fact that I can relate, the fact that I can sit down and have a meal, the fact that regardless of our differences, we can live together and I acknowledge whoever you pray to. That is what it's all about. And I said, you remember Abraham? What did the people in the land say? They say, you were a priest of Yah in our midst. You are a priest. The people acknowledge that he doesn't believe the same things that they believe, but yes, they say, you are a priest of whoever you believe in our midst. That's powerful. So that's why I said, in Jesus' name I pray. He's like, one day I want to be like you. I said, I have no problem with anyone. That's why I'm always smiling. A lot of things that things that you may go up to bed thinking, it doesn't bother me. Because we are after the same thing. All of us. After the same thing. Culturally, we get to it differently. Religiously, we get to it differently. At the end of the day, it's the same thing. When we come to that peace, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. In my WhatsApp group from school, they were wishing people after their Ramadan fast. They would say, "Oh, happy Eid, happy Eid." So I put a message. I'm like, I'm very offended. And the guy's like, why? I'm like, how can you wish everybody happy Eid and you don't mention my name? You don't list my name. And the guy's like, are you Muslim? I'm like, do I have to be Muslim? Everybody was laughing. Do I have to be Muslim? They finished 40 days fast. That's an achievement. How many of us can do that? I didn't do 40 days, but hey, I acknowledged them. So, I mean, I am very open. I won't worship an idol. I mean, sometimes I go to churches to go teach. They put me in the synagogue down here in the streets. I go there. They come and they say, hey, you want to teach? Because some of the rabbis there are my friends. They're Jewish. Do I mind? Not at all. Not at all. I've learned a lot. I mean, madam, I think, this is what I think. I've always said this. If I had more time, I would have learned the Quran. I think that's something that I regret. If I had more time, I would have learned the Quran. Just didn't have the time, But I think there's wisdom. There's wisdom in it. Do you know that Allah? Who is Allah? Does anyone know?
I thought it was just a generic term for God. I didn't know it was more so identity. And if we're looking back at the history side of it,
yeah,
he one of Abraham's kids.
Correct.
So
that would make
the same God that we have.
So that would make Allah who?
I don't know, man. Either L or Yahweh. We'll find out next week.
It's L. It's L. It's L. It's L. Yeah. So you see how it all comes together. It all comes together. Yeah. But yes, I mean it takes time to get there. It takes time to get to, I believe, where I am. Where I'm not offended at all. If a Muslim invites me to an event, they won't ask me to pray. They will never ask me to pray. They would ask another Muslim to pray. But with the Christian, you're pretty close, so they will say, "Oh, Rabbi, can you say a prayer? Can you say a prayer I say, sure. First I ask, is everybody here Christian? I want to know so I don't offend anyone. And I said, okay, sure, let's pray. I pray and I say, in Jesus' name we pray. And they all say, amen. I can't go see. I can't go to a Muslim function and pray like that. No, they won't ask me to pray because it's different. No. A Buddhist won't ask me to pray. They have to do their stuff. But with Christian, awesome. Allah is the son of El, like Baal and Yahweh. Oh. Well, I won't comment to that. Yes, because Allah is just El, correct. Allah is just El. He's not the son of El. No, Allah is just El.
So they're a step ahead because they have nobody in between, whereas we have Yah in between, no? Or
no, they have no one in between. We don't have anyone in between now. Now, correct, yes. Now we don't.
But before?
Before, yes, we did.
And I'll just wait till next week. You're not trying to tell me.
If you say the Christians have someone in between now, yes. Yes. The Hebrews don't have anyone in between now. We don't.
All right, you just bringing more questions. I'll wait.
We used to, yes, the El, Yahweh, El is not the same as Yahweh. El is not the same as Baal. But we'll cross that bridge. We'll cross that. We'll see why in the time of the judges and the kings, we have names that have Baal attached to them. And these are Hebrew people, like Gideon. Gideon was it was the Yerusha Baal. He had Baal in his name. Merciful Baal. Why do we have Baal as a theophoric name? That's what they call it. Not El. We would look at that. And Israel, not Israel Yah. It's Israel, not Israel Yah. So we see it there, like it's L is all over the place. But we'll see what happened. Yasharel. Yeah, I think that's Yasharel is someone trying to put Yah there. But I know Yah is not part of that. Is Israel. Message is for Constantine. But we'll look at that. Please just hang on. We'll bring clarity to everything. There was a transition. Across the board. All the religions had a transition. I would point that out, and then it would bring some clarity. So next week we're going to look. We've built the foundation. We've seen the sources. We see how the sources preserve an earlier memory of an ancient Canaanite origin. We're going to follow that and see what the setting was. What deities did we believe in? And then after we've gotten to know the deities, after we've gotten to understand the Ugaritic text, now we come and say, okay, so where did this Yahwehism come from? Why did it come about? Why was it so powerful? Why was the invention, just remarkable in its day? And how has it continued to influence us till this day? And then after that has all been presented, now one can have enough data to make certain decisions. You know, some say, should we call on El? Should we call on Yah? I think after it would answer some. I'm hoping I do a good job so it answers these questions. Awesome. Any other questions, contributions before we close?
Yeah, I have one real quick. I'll say it while the music is on. Proverbs. Akwetey, you are definitely a wise man, because the wise man is happy for rebuke or reproof. But before the lady that was talking, go and do whatever you do in peace, because the Holy Spirit will convict you, reprove you, correct you, chastise you, and lead you. All right, so do whatever you do in peace. Thank you.
Awesome.
Okay, so Rabbi, you're saying that since we don't have the priest anymore, when we pray, we speak directly to the Most High?
Yes.
There's no middleman anymore?
No middleman. Directly
That's
to
what I
Yah.
want.
No middleman.
Because I always had a problem with that in Jesus' name thing. Finally started to get, but it doesn't feel right.
Yes.
I like that I don't have a middleman. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Jew.
I have a question there. Well, since there's no middleman,
yes,
how are we gonna, as a group or individual people, bring down the glory of the Most High so it shine on our faces, so we may fear the Lord and keep His commandments? You know what I'm saying? And change the trajectory of our lives. You feel me?
Yes. So, how do we do it? We do it as we already know how to. If a child is coming before his or her parents, they don't go and call a linguist. They don't go and call their uncle and say, I'm going to go talk to daddy, come and I'll tell you, you tell daddy. No. He says, come and let's reason together. Bring your strong arguments. Just as I would go to my daddy boldly, just as I would expect him to listen to me because he is my father, she is my mother, I would expect that I can approach him or her, regardless of what it is, and have a conversation, a two-way conversation, to draw from the light. That intimacy, no third person. That's not intimacy, that's a crowd. My teacher calls it, forgive my words, pornography. When there's a third person watching, that's not kosher. That's not intimacy. Intimacy is between two people. And that is what Yah wants. To come directly to Him. And have access to whatever that we want. You notice how when babies do something wrong and you beat them and you expect them to run away from you, whilst you're spanking them, they're running towards you. That is the effect. No matter what, we may be in the wrong, we may have done something wrong. Yah will chastise us, but as He chastises us, He wants us running to Him, towards Him. That is That is the relationship. That is what we need to create. It's not, you see, when I pray, I'm having a conversation like I'm having with you. It's not formal. It's like I'm talking. Father, this thing that I want to do, I'm skeptical about it. I don't know whether it's going to work. What do you think? Should I go on? If I'm praying for somebody for health, same way. Now, what is going on? I mean, she's suffering. Can you do something? If you can, what are you waiting for? Like having a conversation, intimate conversation. Say, this person is doing this. I really want to forgive him, but I don't. I would rather something hit him on the head, and I'll start laughing. That is how it's supposed to be. A father and son, a mother. Sometimes we want a mother. We go and we go and he say, Mom, I want to tell you this. Don't tell father. He says, I will be who I will be. You need a mother? I'm here. Come and speak to me, looking for compassion, and I will be that. So it's intimacy that we seek. And intimacy, you can't have anything in between. It's just you and the deity, however you want to call him or her, however he's revealed himself to you through history, through your circumstances, through time. That is the deity of Israel. I will be. So Madam Cynthia may know this deity on a level that I can never know because of history, because of circumstances. So when she comes up with a name based on her experience, who am I to say that is not his name? And that is why usually when I pray, I revert back into my native tongue because I can do it better there. The expressions, the names based on history, based on times that he came through and times that he did not come through, based on circumstances. I can look up and use epithets that Mr. Drew may not be able to use because his experience is different. So he says, I will be. That is my name. I will be. I don't know whether I answered your question, Mr. Drew. Sometimes I talk too much. But there.
That was beautiful, Pastor.
It's a start, brother.
Thank you.
It's a start.
Thank you. So
man, we don't mind you talking, man. As long as you start holding back. That's the problem.
I will be. When we say the God of Abraham, it's loaded. We look at what he went through, his experiences, the hardship. The God of Isaac is his experience. When I say the God of Madame Cherie, looking at the experience. You see, sometimes I need that God to show up. Sometimes you don't have the words. Sometimes the hardship, the pain is too much. Like Madame Alita said, there's no name you can evoke that expresses. And sometimes all you can do is just and tears flow. You don't have the words. You're looking for something that no name can define. And he says, I will be who I will be. I mean, the invention that the Yahwists came up with, remarkable. In its day, it makes no sense. Every deity had a name. When you say Zeus, you know what to expect. When you say Baal, you know what to expect. Dagon, you know what to expect. And then this one says, I'm the God of history. I interact through covenants, through time. I'm timeless. That's how you introduce yourself? Yes. Okay. What do you need? See, this is why it was so attractive to the world. And they rallied behind it. A God that can go everywhere. So we look at how portable Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh was. We'll look at that as we study. But I don't want to talk too much. As usual, may Yah bless us all. May He keep us. May He share His face upon us. May He give us shalom. Enjoy the rest of your Shabbat. Enjoy the rest of the week. We'll continue our studies next week. If you're on YouTube, I am so sorry. Next week will not be broadcasting. If you want to join the session, visit our website, join us, and let's do some studying. Awesome. Shabbat Shalom, Israel. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat shalom, everyone.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat shalom. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.